Hello everyone, we're back with Isha. Sorry, yes, I don't want to deal with this man. I don't like him, he doesn't make me feel safe. Okay, let's continue with the case. Let me think, we had just finished breaking his psych clock, and now we can actually talk about the fact that he got hit in the head, and so he was extremely unconscious while the Mask did his crimes. I can't deny that there may be a small hint of truth in what you say. So you were knocked out when the thief first clobbered you. Oh, what an ugly way of saying it, but I suppose you could put it that way. The cover struck me at the precise moment that I turned to look at the computer. So you never noticed that the thief had entered the warehouse? No, the cover must have wormed his way in through somewhere besides the door. Perhaps the air ducts or the sewer pipes. The sewer pipes? Dude! Then my arch nemesis struck me on the head from behind with this gruesome item here. Ouch! Mr. Admi should have his poor head examined. You can say that again. How could he have underestimated the thief that badly? Well, it looks like we got one thing cleared up anyway. Huh? What? That Admi is the greatest detective in the world? No, that he never actually saw the thief. Oh, that's right. So the thief might not even be the Mask. Just one moment, sir lawyer. The thief was unquestionably the Mask. But you never actually saw him. Perhaps so, but I installed a security camera for just such a contingency. Oh. Last night the camera went off exactly once. You may go off once. Behold! This is a photo of the dastardly thief, taken by the security camera. Yeah, that looks like the Mask. That's him. the Mask! The thief can be none other than the arch criminal, the Mask. Actually, now that I think about it, that's French. Would that be the Mask? The Mask? The Mask? Like, how do you pronounce that? Because in Spanish, that would be a que. But, like, French is closer to, like, Portuguese than it is to Spanish in pronunciation. Sorry, I'm hydrating. So, I mean, I'm gonna keep pronouncing it the same because it's easier for me, but still. After all, he has a very good reason for committing such brazen crimes. What are you talking about? So, what do you mean by he had a very good reason? Exactly that. Mr. Delight had a very good reason to dress up and commit those crimes. There should be a green envelope somewhere in his room. You'll need to go and investigate. But how would you know about that? Huh. Have you forgotten? You're speaking to the finest detective ever to walk on the face of the earth. Most brilliant mind since, well, ever. Look at me. A detective. Well, I guess we better go take a look just in case. And I'm pretty sure I can't, like, I remember later in the case you have to actually check his place. But I think that's later, like, day 2, like, pre-ending of the trial, basically. Like, the day before the actual last day of the trial. Hey, Nick, remember what Detective Atme said? Like 2 seconds ago before we came here? and the fact that we could check this envelope, but you said you didn't want to check it without a reason. Almost like it was, like, I don't know, plot important. Exactly that. Mr. Delight had a very good reason to dress up and commit those crimes. There should be a green envelope somewhere in his room. You'll need to go and investigate. A green envelope, huh? Looks like this is it. Okay, let's have a look. If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world... I'm gonna slightly move the mic closer. It's a little far away, I feel. Actually, just let me move this shit. I'm sorry if this makes sounds. I don't know what the mic is so far away. I put it in the proper place today before starting, but now it feels like it's farther away. Come to K-Base Security at 1 a.m. on October 12th and bring 50k? 50,000? This is blackmail letter. It sure looks like a major clue, alright? Well then. Oh, someone's on the door. I'll be right back. Won't take a second, I promise. Oh, thank you for coming. That's so nice of you. When I see a damsel in distress, I just can't help myself. Please, come on in. I'll make some coffee. Really? Okay, I'll make myself at home, pretty lady. Wait a minute. I know that voice. Ah, Nicky boy, I'm so sorry, but I got another guest. You're... Nick, it's you! And Maya too, what a fluke! Ah, Larry! Long time no see, since like the last game. Arguably. What, you know each other? Nicky boy? Nick, do you and this girl have, you know, something going on? Something? If you mean what I underestimate you, Nick. I underestimated you, Nick. A gorgeous lady like this. And married too! Way to go, dude! Larry, I have a boyfriend. I knew it. Just when things can't get any worse, it's time to cue in the butts. Larry Butts. Ever since grade school, he's been not exactly a close friend, but yeah, we know each other. He's not gonna be my best man, just saying. That's Maya. Hey man, that wasn't nice. I was your first client. We got quite the storied history, he and I. And what we used to say still rings true. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Hey, come on, now you're embarrassing me. And in front of this bleedy little thing here. So, you two are all childhood friends, I see. That's so sweet. You two go ahead and catch up on old times. I'm going to go check on my bike. Nice girl, that DC. So, how you been, Nick? Too busy if you really want to know. So, what have you been up to this whole time? It's been 2 years since I heard from you. And with those clothes, you look... well... weird. Hey man, that's uncalled for. This is my uniform from my part-time job. I can't believe it's been 2 years. They say time flies when you're having fun. Huh? What's wrong? Nick, I gotta tell you. Women, I don't trust them anymore. You got dumped again? Well, you know Benny Fair, I followed her all the way to Japan 2 years ago, which would make no sense if it was the actual script for the game, because we were in Japan, so I probably had to follow her to the Americas, I assume. That's where I made the famous Katie Tom, and my whole life changed. Benny Fair, Katie Tom, I never heard of either of them. Anyway, dude, Katie Tom choose Hollywood over me, can you believe it? Yes. Yes, Larry, I can. As a matter of fact, I absolutely can. Well, actually... Anyway, it sounds like you had quite a venture. Women! They're so... Oh, but you're different, Maya. You're not like the rest. Looks like he's still the same old Larry. Yeah, also, by the way, why are you here? Just, you know. So what are you doing here anyway? Huh? What do you mean by that? I'm just a natural-born nice guy, that's all. Larry, that's not a good thing to say to about yourself. Actually, I picked this up last night while I was working. A wallet? You say you found this last night? Yeah, it had a driver's license in it, so I figured I'd just return it myself. Uh-huh. Hang on, let me see that for a minute. I knew it. This picture is in here. Yeah, I guess he really digs his wife, huh? Well, Larry, generally when you marry a woman, it's because you're in love with her. These days. Hey, Nick, it's not what you're thinking at all. No, I'm pretty sure it is. You haven't changed a bit. Ah, no way, man. I mean, she's a married woman. That's just bad news. He really is here just to check out Miss Delight. So you said you found it at your job, right? Working for a private security company as a guard. Chicks just love a guy in uniform, you know? Depends on the uniform, but yeah. A security guard, huh? So that's what that uniform is all about. So what time was it when you found this last night? Huh? Why are you asking that? Trying to see if I got an alibi? You're not the one on the hook for a crime this time, buddy. I guess it was around 1 in the morning on the first floor of our company building? What was Mr. Delight's wallet doing there? Anyway, there's nothing weird about that. After all, he works there. He works there? You mean Mr. Delight? Sure, here, take a look at this. It's right there in his wallet. What's this card? It's a key card for the security company. See, it's got a serial number on it right there. There's no mistake about it. You said you were working part-time at a security company, right? That's right. Why are you making that scary face? Security company, huh? Something's not quite secure about Larry working there. I need to find out as much as I can about this key card. Should I present it to him? I guess that makes the most sense. So you're sure about this key card? Yep, that's the key card we use at the building I work in. According to the serial number, this one is for the CEO's office. What? You need to get into that room, and every time you use that card, it leaves a record. It leaves a record? Yeah, it tells you exactly who entered the room and when. Larry, I need that data. Whoa, slow down, man. Sorry, but that data is off limits to outsiders. If I lose this job, I never have a chance with Desi. It's times like these when I wish lawyers weren't so powerless. And maybe the blackmail. Yeah, there's nothing else in it, so let's present it. Hey Larry, what about this? If you got something to say, then say it already. Huh? A blackmail letter. Do you know anything about this? What? I don't know anything about Alexis, and that's the truth. Huh? What? I can't believe you do this to me. I thought you were my friend. $50,000. I don't have that kind of money. I wish I had that kind of money. No, you don't understand. This blackmail letter was sent to Ron the Light. Ooh. Man, you scared me. I almost had a heart attack, you idiot. Wait, I'm the idiot? Man, I was totally confused because it says KB Security and right on the envelope. Yeah, so what? That's where I got a part-time job, at KB Security. What? Sounds like I should really find out some more about this KB Security company. KB Security, the company in the blackmail letter. You know about it? That's where I work, yeah. In fact, I'm on the job right now. Huh? So what are you doing here then? Well, the boss is away right now, and you know what mice do when the cat's away. Yes, yes. Anyway, how far away is this company? Let me see, about 30 minutes by car, I guess. Well, if you find down the road, anyway. Well, this apartment building is pretty close to Lordly Taylor, right? And it would take roughly an hour to go from here to KB Security and back. If Rondaland was at KB Security when the robbery occurred, then... Wow! He couldn't have stolen the sacred urn. Yep. Hey, Nick, your phone. Hello? Is it a white residence? Oh, Pearls, where are you? I thought I'd go to Lordly Taylor to try to find some more clues, but I'm afraid I've gotten lost. What? Give me that phone, Nick. Pearly, where are you right now? Oh boy, she's just like me for real. I was walking along and found myself from that person's office. That person? Who? That person who does an accusation and was sorry when he's excited. Look at me, Ace Defective. Okay, stay right there, we're coming to get you. Alright, I'm a little scared. Alright, let's go, Maya. Wait a second, Nick. What? That phone call just now sounded like a real cutie. Another one of your, special friends? Larry? That was a 10-year-old. Say goodbye to Miss Delight for me, would you, Larry? Motherfucker. October 12, Admin Detective Agency. Again from last time. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya. Barely. I never thought I'd see the two of you again. So is Mr. Ace Detective out of his office? Yeah, we are out here. There wasn't a single soul in sight. Say, Nick, doesn't it look like something's changed since we were here last? Now that you mention it. This bag, I'm sure it wasn't here before. It looks quite full. I wonder what could be in here. Hey, Nick, come on, open it up. Hey, wait a minute, we can't just open his private property. Don't be such a fuddy-duddy. This is an important investigation. That's true. And truth be told, I have to admit I am kind of curious. Well, what's in there? Hang on a sec, I'm taking it out now. Whatever it is, it feels kinda hard. And smooth. That's what she said. Well, hello there. Ah! He's here! What are you doing, Sir Lawyer? I'm shocked to see a servant of the court ignoring the law so flagrantly. I am really sorry. Maya made me do it. Nick, I can't believe you. A gentleman never uses a lady as an excuse for his own poor behavior. The real question is, can you afford to waste time lollygagging about here? Well, what do you mean by that? Perhaps I should make myself more clear. Tomorrow's trial. Sorry. Shall we say, the figurative Sir William will be dropping his panties before lunchtime? What? What do you mean? I mean, I guess I understand the figurative part, like the whole figurative Sir William, but also what? What? Okay. Wow, Nick, it sounds like it's gonna be really exciting. What's going to happen at the trial tomorrow that's so dramatic? Do you know what your biggest mistake so far has been, Sir Lawyer? it was becoming a lawyer in the first place. I mean, I also have an art degree. That certainly does sound like a big mistake, Mr. Nick. Tomorrow will be a day to remember. I Look At Me will take the stand. And then, Sparry, my testimony will prove to be the undoing of the lot of you. Yes, all of you. I will unmask you as the thief conspirators. Conspirators? You're quite on the defensive, I see. However, it is not I that is your greatest enemy. There is a far more dangerous threat that you will face during the trial. What are you talking about? The lawyer? If you truly are who you say, I'm sure you've heard of him. His name is Godot. Godot? You have taken a step down the path of foolishness. Who are you, Francisca? To try to defend a career criminal who deserves nothing less than the death penalty. Hey, last time I checked, no one knows for sure that Mr. Delight really is the mask. My dear lady, times may change, but people sadly do not. Well, you will understand this when you are more mature. Who is this Godot person? It's not surprising that a spirit medium has not heard the name. Godot, the prosecutor whose equal cannot be found in this country, but in heaven. Godot, a legend or myth, man being a lifetime of hopes on the chance to simply meet him. Prosecutor Godot. But the best prosecutor in the country isn't Godot, is Mr. Edward. Unless he's out of the country again, which he tends to do a decent amount. Then I guess he's not the best prosecutor in the country. Because he's, you know, not in the country. Isn't that right, Nick? It's no surprise that a spirit medium such as yourself would know nothing of this. Today's prosecutor, Miles Edward, is currently traveling abroad. Of course he fucking is again. Huh? In fact, it was Mr. Edward who acknowledged Godot as the best in this country. And you agree with that? Most certainly. In fact, you could call him the Look At Me of the prosecutor's office. I would not. I would not do that. That would be an insult to Godot. Well, that's good to hear. The prosecution has a fighting chance tomorrow. Wait, is this Godot really that strong? I seem to remember hearing about someone like that. Not surprising. Some people spend their entire lives idly waiting for his appearance. It looks like we're done investigating for the day. Still lawyer. The stage has been set, and all the pieces are finally in place. All that remains now is for the dance to begin. A new prosecutor, an ace detective, and thief. They walk into a trial, and it will be one tough trial indeed. October 13th, 9:36 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. Hey, Nick. What is it? Is something wrong? Nah, but do you see all the people here? It's crazy! Oh, so check out the mask glossy I bought. You bought this where? From the attention phone of the courthouse, they have all sorts of things for sale. You know I'm a sucker for this kind of stuff. You know, merch and shit. Okay. Come on, I'm guilty! Throw the book at me! Was she screaming like that? Oh, Mr. Wright, you made it! Yeah, I did, but it doesn't look like things are going to get any less ugly for you. Because I did it! I'm the criminal! Me! He's at it again. I sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor. I admit it! But you don't have the secret urn, right? Well, that's true, but that doesn't mean that I didn't commit the crime. Normally, when I say, of course you didn't, I'm being sarcastic, but you... Yikes. Anyway, I admit that I'm guilty. So make sure they give me a guilty verdict. Please! Oh, there you are, Ronnie. Bonjour, sweetie. Oh, Daisy, honey. Bonjour. Well, actually, I don't really know why I should be speaking French to you at a time like this. Leave it all to me, Ronnie. I swear I'll protect you. You see, actually the thief is me. Can I tell you something, Nicky boy? I can guarantee that my Ronnie is innocent. If he's declared guilty, I'll be ever so cross with you. What does that mean, ma'am? It means I'm going to fucking kill you, idiot. So why are you smiling when you say it? Well, if you'll excuse me, I got some errands I need to take care of. I'm counting on you, Nicky boy. Good luck. To be honest, I really don't know whether Ron is a mask or not. There's only one thing I am sure of. He doesn't have the sacred urn right now. Mr. Delight, is it time for you to enter the courtroom? For the time being, I guess I'll have to trust Desiree. October 13, 10 AM. District Court, Coroner number 6. Oh, hi, Godot. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Doran the Light. The defense is ready, Your Honor. What about the prosecution? Are you prepared to... What a stupid question. What do you say? Fine, let me ask you then, Your Honor. Are you ready? Are you ready to pass judgment? Well, no, I am not. I will pass judgment after I hear arguments from both sides. Well, if you're not ready yourself, you shouldn't expect others to be. That's a rule to live by. Who are you? I am Godot. Legendary prosecutor. I've never lost a case. Yeah, that happened with Von Karma too, and I kick his ass. So what's your point, Honeybase? No, I love this team. Sorry, I just love his team. Ah, he's the one that Detective Admin was talking about. Yes, your reputation precedes you. What kind of cases have you dealt with so far? Ha! None. What do you say? I've never prosecuted a case before. Never? But you said you've never lost before. Exactly. I've never lost. I've never won before either. I guess that makes sense, but also... Diego Armando, why are you like this? Quite arrogant for a beginner, aren't you? Even the mightiest of redwoods begins their lives as a mere saplings. Yes, but a mask in a court of law? Ha! Don't you know anything? No matter the man, we all wear masks. Either on our faces or over our hearts. The judge is very impressed by this. This guy is the real deal, alright, Nick. Why does it seem like all prosecutors are the real deal? So we finally meet Mr. Phoenix Trite. Nick, is he a friend of yours? No, I don't have any friends that call me Trite. So is this masked man? I've returned from the depths of hell, metaphorically and literally speaking, to do battle with you. I don't even know if that sentence is said correctly, but okay. Well then, Prosecutor Gobo. It's not Gobo, it's Godot, Your Honor. In any case, please give your opening statement. Opening statement. Those things are not fit for even dogs to consume. I have only one thing to say before we start. To you, Mr. Trite. What is it? Also, that's not my last name. Are you familiar with the saying, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link? I wonder how much you can withstand before you and your case break into. Are you flirting with me? Because that's the kind of thing Edward would say if he was flirting. But you're not Edward, so I'm worried. Well then, let's hear from the first witness. Oh boy. Show. My name is... No one has asked for your name, witness. The important thing is what you know, that's all. Start talking. We're listening. Yes, sir. Alright, witness. First, let's hear about... what you know about the thief that stole the urn. Yes, sir. Oh boy. Master Mask is a master thief that first started his crime spree 6 months ago. He's so confident that he sends his calling card before he even commits the crime. This was his fifth heist, and as usual, he sent a car on to Lord Retailer. His pattern is to always go after only the most precious art pieces. That's why we're sure it was Master Mask, sir. It fits his MO to a T. So then the actual identity of this Master Mask is... Mr. Goddard, where are you? We're in the middle of a trial here, Mr. Goddard. I mean, to be fair, I would also be drinking coffee in court. But that's because I have a problem. I'm sorry, I just like listening to the music. Blacker than a moonless night, hotter and more bitter than hell itself. That is coffee. I'm sure you can grant me at least this much, Your Honor. Please proceed. Very well, it's only coffee after all. What? You can't be letting him slide this early in the trial, but also in the game. Proceed with your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Well, Nick, what are you going to do? As long as they haven't brought up Mr. Delight's identity, all we can do is show that it wasn't Master Mask who stole the urn. See, there's a problem with that. Supposedly priceless but has no monetary value. Can I ask you a little something, Detective Gumshoe? Just hearing the little in the question is making me nervous. He said that he always goes after the most precious art pieces, right? That's right, pal! But there's one problem. That's not what he did in this case. Like, at all. The supposedly priceless urn doesn't exactly rise to the level of precious art. What do you mean? Nick, how can you say such a terrible thing? No, I meant from a financial point of view. I mean, it wouldn't fetch a good price. Well, Prosecutor Goddard, what is the value of that urn? The appraisers I spoke to said they couldn't attach a price to it. And I meant that in the worst sense. So in other words, it was not the kind of item that Master Mask would normally go after. If I understand you correctly, Mr. Wright, you're saying that the theft of the sacred urn was not the work of Master Mask. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Actually, all I did was point out the contradiction. The argument made itself, but... Well, first of all, we need to get this issue cleared up. Was this last robbery the work of Master Mask or not? What do you have to say about this, Mr. Goddard? This coffee here is my own special blend. I call it Goddard number 107. I'm trying to decide whether to cut down on the acidity or the bitterness. Well, in my opinion, it really depends on what you prefer. But I would probably cut up on the acidity a little bit. Like, it's fine. Like, the bitterness is fine. Like, you can mix it up with something else. Maybe infuse it with a fruit. That could be a possibility. But you might want to cut on the acidity. That's the only thing I got on my mind right now. Mr. Trite? What? If you're really a man, you should clean up your own mess. Sorry, but I don't get what you mean. If you're saying it wasn't Master Mask that stole the urn, then it must be someone imitating Master Mask's methods. A fake. A fake the mask? Fake the mask? That's not so ridiculous, but I like it. Now, before I decide on my coffee, I believe some proof is in order, Mr. Trite. Proof that the person who appeared at Lordly Taylor that night was actually a fake. Though I don't approve of Mr. Goddard's behavior, his point is valid. Mr. Wright, we're waiting. It looks like I'm going to have to prove it. I need proof that the person at Lordly Taylor that night was in fact fake the mask. Let's see, this is a security camera photo. This is the photo, the publicity photo. Oh hey, is it on the chest? Or am I imagining things? Yeah, no, the chest. The proof is right here. This looks like a photo taken by a security camera. But if you look closely, you'll notice something peculiar about it. Ah, well then, why don't you go ahead and show us what it is? Use this pointer and show us what about this picture is so peculiar. It's right here, of course. You mean Mask the Mask? I have here a piece of reference I would like the court to look at. Well, take a look at, rather. Isn't that the publicity photo about this morning? The problem I have with the security camera photo is the brooch on the mask's chest. A breach? Here? Bailiff! Whack the balls of someone. Get my steed. We need to retreat at once. A brooch, Your Honor. It's a sort of clasp for holding one's cape on and that kind of shit. A clasp. I see now. But the mask in the security camera photo does not have one, yes. He has no brooch. That brooch is the same as the emblem on the mask calling card and serves as his symbol. So the thief that broke into Lordly Taylor wasn't wearing a brooch. In other words, this Master Mask is a fake. I've been fooled again! Order! It's true, undeniably true. Detective Gumshoe, how? How could you have overlooked this? I'm sorry, sir. I don't know why. Hey now. If you're gonna have a pity party, invite me too. Mr. Goddard, you deserve some blame in this too. How could you have overlooked such a large brooch? The brooch you're talking about. Do you mean this? That's Master Mask's brooch! Where do you find it? Well, I've always had a good nose for evidence. I got it at the crime scene. It was hidden in the shadow of a big female Buddha statue. Buddha statue? He must mean the Ami Faye statue. Why didn't you tell me about that, sir? I always put evidence away in my pocket. After all, it's the safest place for crucial evidence. This guy is one cool customer. It's a little early to be shaken up, isn't it, little lady? That friend of yours left pretty little hickeys on there too. Hickeys? Figuratively speaking, of course. I'm referring to Rhonda Light's fingerprints. What? What? The defendant's fingerprints are on the brooch. Order in the court. Mr. Goddard, let's see that brooch. I've grown attached to my metallic girlfriend here. Take good care of her. I mean, it appears to have been torn off some clothing. There's a little bit of cloth on the left of the back. Obviously, that must have been a big struggle that night of the crime scene. Uh-oh, Phoenix, we have a problem. Don't worry, it's fine. Ha! You mess with Godot. And you get burned. He's been playing me like a violin. I mean, I would have said a fiddle, but I guess a fiddle and a violin are similar enough. Well, Judge, I'm ready to call my next witness. You're done with me? But I haven't proved anything yet. You've proven your own incompetence. That's good enough. That doesn't sound good at all. Bailiff, whack his balls. Bring the next witness into the courtroom and whack his balls. Finally time for the Ace Defective to make his appearance, huh? Ace Defective! 1 second is one drip of the coffee pot. Let's hurry it up. Shh! Silence! Now I see. It's all becoming clear. What's clear? Svari! The truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. What we have here is a judge and a prosecutor, a coffee maniac at that. Am I correct? Well, yes, that's right. Ha! Not bad. Not bad at all. You're the first person that ever been able to penetrate my secret veil. Well, Sir Prosecutor, let me introduce myself. My name is Look At Me, Ace Detective, and Raisin Star illuminating the heavens. Boy, these two make a perfect pair. I hope there's a lot of fanfics about them. Did they be best friends or they tear each other's sets off? I heard that on the night of the crime you were all alone on security detail. You have heard correctly. My specially made monocle is worth more than 100 Detective Gumshoes. If Detective Gumshoe was worth anything, that is. Dude! Why was this guy all by himself anyway? There must be some reason, I'm sure of it. Well then, tell us what this special monocle of yours witnessed. It was approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, just after the date changed. That's when my nemesis, the infamous Master Mazes, dancingly descended upon me. Just as I began to turn, the coward struck a fierce blow upon my noble head. Darkness swallowed me before I could land a single strike. When I awoke, he was gone. 30 minutes later, I used an emergency phone to notify the police. He fucked up. So you didn't get a clear look at the criminal, is what you're saying. My specially made monocle never misses a thing. However, that is limited to things that fall within my own visual range. But of course, that's only natural. I failed to see why the witness seems so proud of his performance that evening. Well, Sir Old-Timer, let me explain. We are not speaking of any ordinary thief, but of the king of thieves, the great Master Mats, my arch-enemy. That is what my instincts and many years of experience tell me. Very well. Proceed with the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Against my better judgment. I mean, this one is the easiest one. I just have to boop, 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 present the brooch that we just got. There's a clear contradiction there. Oh boy. Mr. Admi, could you take a look at this with that special monocle of yours? Ha! This belongs to the criminal mastermind, my arch-nemesis Mask the Mask. It is, in point of fact, Mask the Mask's brooch. It was found on the floor of the basement warehouse. I wonder how that happened. Ha! Elementary, my dear lawyer. Obviously, it wasn't glued on well enough. Not quite. It clearly shows signs of having been ripped off a piece of clothing. Ripped off? Ah! We can only deduce that the thief struggled with someone that night. That's the only thing I can think of. Oh, thanks for the follow. I just noticed it. And there's only one person that was in a position to have a struggle with a thief. The only person that was on security duty that night. You, Detective Adme. The need to make more sounds. I miss them. I miss doing them. Detective Adme, you must have fought with the thief that night. So, why did you lie in your testimony to the court? Witness, giving false testimony is a serious crime. Not that we ever care about it in the first game, and not that we did much of a deal about that when it happened in the second. Look, it's a crime, okay? I know. Wait just a moment, Sir Old Timer. Don't talk to me like I'm living in a nursing home. I just remember, Your Honor. I was just confused because I've been dealing with so many cases lately. The true measure of a man is the amount of work he does. That's what I always say. That's not what you always say. Nick, can you only handle one case at a time? Isn't that right? You talk too much. Witness, so are you now saying that you and the thief fought? Are you just gonna change your entire testimony again like everybody does? Hold on, that's quite enough, Your Honor. Excuse me? Save the big questions for the testimony. That's one of my rules. Indeed, I understand. Look at me, agree completely. Oh boy. I hate this dude. Indeed, it's true that I looked away from the door for a brief moment. However, Look at me cannot be so easily discombobulated. He cannot be easily bamboozled, you see. Unfortunately, the thief grabbed a weapon from the side and randomly senseless. A true gentleman only fights with his own fists, but they were not enough. His first blow struck true. Bam! And that's all she wrote. So in the end, you did catch a glimpse of Master Mask. Correct. It was during his third crime that he struck me from behind. It seems that my memory has become a tan jumble, so to speak. Well, that's certainly understandable. I, myself, always get confused about which testimony goes with which case. Judge, you get confused about shit that happens in the middle of a case. That can't be good. Okay, let's see. I think that I have to press you here. Can you tell us a little more about what happened? My opponent was both powerful and vicious. You might say he was power-icious. Power-icious? I assumed the Adme fighting stance, but a sudden flash of light blinded me. That, of course, was checkmate. My opponent had bested me. What do I do now? Should I ask more about this? Yeah. What is this Adme fighting style? I'm sorry, but that's a secret. That's a trade secret. I really can't say anymore. But I suppose I can tell you if I absolutely must. The main thing is to put your back to the wall. That way, no one can get behind you. That's it? That's the Adme fighting style? Well, Mr. Wright, what about that testimony? Well, I guess it... I mean, yeah, it was important because he got struck in the back of the head, and it's impossible if you have your, you know, back to a wall. Of course it's important. We've learned a detective's secret technique after all. Yes, indeed. I'll remember to use it if I ever take a walk alone late at night. Why the heck is he eyeballing me like that? It's creeping me out. Now then, witness, we'll go ahead and add that secret information to your official testimony. I put my back to the wall to fight, but a thief's blow landed upon my third eye. But your third eye is in your forehead. That's... Dude. Detective Admi, your testimony is crumbling like a house of cards. Not unlike the actual series House of Cards, which also crumbled. What fun this is, Sir Lawyer. It is truly a pleasure to cross swords with you. And now, once again, you have thrown down the gauntlet at my armored feet. I believe this is what you said yesterday. No, the coward must have wormed his way in through somewhere besides the door. Then my arch nemesis struck me on the head from behind with this gruesome item here. From behind, huh? But just now, you testified that he struck you on the forehead. I hardly think you could forget where you were hit on the head. It seems I made another mistake. Detective Admi, that's not the only strange part of your testimony. What do you mean by that? For example, the very fact that you hid the calling card from the police itself is strange. It's almost as if you were afraid they were going to help with security. Geniuses such as myself have always been misunderstood. How sad. That's wrong. I forgot how deep voice his objection was. To err is human, to forgive is divine. Like this coffee, actually. Humans aren't machines, they have souls, feelings. They live, they die, they love, they hate, and yes, they even make mistakes. Hold on, it's not as pretty as that! Really? What is it like then? Always chase a riddle down to the end. That's one of my rules. How many rules do you have? This is it. This might just be my chance to turn things around. Mr. Wright, what exactly is that is it that you're asserting? Very well, Your Honor. The defense asserts that... Well, I mean, he's no ace detective, he's an ace defective, and he's definitely a fake, but that's not what I'm trying to say. They're technically all correct when you think about it. The answer is simple, it's so clear to me now. Detective Luke Admi's true identity is actually Mask the Mask. Yeah! Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? There are too many unnatural parts to Mr. Admi's story. He says he was hiding on the crime scenes, which is why no one ever saw him there. And then in his last case, he manages to outperform Detective Gumshoe and the entire police force to miraculously retrieve the stolen treasure. That's because I analyzed the crime scene data and made an exquisitely elegant deduction. I picked up clues that the police overlooked in order to arrive at a... No. Oh, please, the explanation is far simpler than that, Detective Admi. The truth is that you are, in fact, Mask the Mask. But Mr. Wright, this photo, it clearly shows Mask the Mask. The security camera belongs to Lord Lee Taylor department store. He shouldn't have been able to manipulate it. He didn't need to manipulate it. He gained access to the warehouse under the pretense of providing security. Then he simply dressed up as the thief and stole the urn. So, the ace detective is actually an ace thief. Is this true, witness? Huh. The Maskimo is pure genius, and so am I. Look at me, ace detective. You're very clever to have come to such a conclusion. I am impressed, your lawyer. What? Witness, you're admitting it? Nick, now's your chance. Yes, time to put the last nail in this guy's coffin. Detective Admi, when you assume the thief to the... Goddard Blend 102. My personal favorite. Mr. Goddard! Admittedly, it looks less painful than Francisca's whip, but I don't know. I had second-degree burns from coffee. Not enjoyable. The ace detective is actually an ace thief. I smell a best-selling novel. There's only one problem. It simply isn't true. But Mr. Goddard, Mr. Wright has made some very strong points, and I will admit my opponent has woven a compelling narrative out of whole cloth. But it is, in fact, nothing more than a patchwork quilt. Hey, patchwork quilts are fine. Very comfy, too. Mr. Wright? If this detective really is a thief, then show us the proof of your claim. But it had better be as hot and as perfect as the coffee dripping down your face. Can somebody pass me like a towel? Maybe call an ambulance. I think I have third-degree burns. Well, Mr. Wright, don't just stand there. The court would like to see the decisive proof you have. Quickly. Huh? Oh, yes, of course. What's the big rush? Are you alright, Nick? It looks pretty rattled right now. I'd like to finish this right now if I can. But it's the second case, so we're definitely going to do 2 days for this shit. Can I really do it? The decisive evidence that proves Mr. Look at me is in fact the mask. It has yet to be found because we don't have the urn. Like, if we had the urn, that would be one thing, but we don't have it. Proof? Of course I got nothing. Ha! Just what I thought. A man has to hold his head up high no matter how bad things get, after all. I see. I thought perhaps you had some evidence to back up your assertion. This is no good. I've got to stay on the attack. I'll never get another chance to prove that this guy is a thief. Don't give up, Nick. Think harder and try again. It's no good. I'm just not ready yet. But are you going to just give up and let us lose this? So you come to your senses, have you, sir lawyer? I can't think of a counterattack at all. It seems the cloud of suspicion surrounding this witness has lifted. Mr. Goddard, if you have anything further to add, then... Who? Oh, that's he. Who are you? That doesn't really matter right now, that's it. Miss Delight, what are you doing here? Nicky boy, the thing you've been looking for. I think I found it. You mean that bag? No, not the bag. What's in the bag? Well? Oh, and they repair it too. Nice. That's... The sacred urn! Nick, it's the urn! Thanks, Ceci. Order! 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 You, madame! That urn, where do you find it? You'll never believe it. It was in the office of Mr. Fancy Pants Ace Detective. Look at me. Yes, I did enter the building like illegally. Why are you asking? No, don't worry about it. Oh, Nancy, you're the best! Yeah, it has a lot of pink splotches all over it, and it's fixed from how it was before. Well, how do you explain that one, Mr. Adney? Even you are going to have a hard time whistling out of this one. Ah, pathetic. Hey. Mr. Goddard, do you have something you wish to say, you know, to the court at large? Yes, Your Honor. It simply amazes me how quickly times change. In the old days, a man was to be taken at his word. It's truly sad. You're still denying that Mr. Adme was involved. Before casting aspersions at Detective Adme, consider the young lady here. Your name is Desiree Delight, is that correct? Yes, what about it? Again, if it is about me entering his building, like his house illegally, you know, his office, whatever, just, you know, stealing his bag. Who cares? Huh. How charming. The lengths that a woman is willing to go to save her husband is truly inspiring. What are you insinuating? If it's about the crime, yeah, I did commit it, but look, it was there. God. As the wife of the criminal, you could have discovered that stolen urn anywhere, including the office of the good detective here. Duh. So you found the urn. What does that prove? It certainly doesn't prove where the urn was before you found it. What? I just brought it here from the detective's office. I just said I entered it illegally. It's already a crime. Please, madame. This town is already filled to the brim with lies. Any more could only compound the tragedy we have been witness to. You're wrong. I would never do such a thing. I'm not even lying about entering his office illegally. God, you're all stupid. This is a kangaroo court. Miss Delight, please, Nicky boy, you got to help me talk some sense into these people. Again, I'm being honest about entering the building illegally. God. Is this what you're used to? Like, do you have to deal with this every day? God, it sucks. Thank God I'm not a lawyer. There must be some way. I've got to prove that urn was actually in the Admin Detective Agency. Well... yeah, it's more likely that it would have fingerprints on the urn. I can prove where that urn, where the urn was, by the fingerprints on it. Fingerprints, huh? Oh, come on now. Now you're really making me laugh, sir lawyer. Fingerprints indeed. May I go on? Good. Now it would be perfectly understandable if my fingerprints were on the urn. After all, it was I who was guarding the urn in the first place. In any case, I am always in the habit of wearing gloves, as you can see. So unfortunately, my fingerprints wouldn't be evidence of anything. What about it, Mr. Wright? These witnesses' fingerprints would mean nothing anyway. Nick, what are you going to do now? They come too far to turn back now. Admin must have brought the urn back to his office yesterday. And there, I'm sure someone must have left their fingerprints on it. The defense proposes that the fingerprints of this person should be on the urn. My own, because I grabbed it. So what is all this fuss about fingerprints anyway? Mr. Admi, do you recall the events of yesterday? Hey Nick, come on, open it up. Hey, wait a minute, we can't just open his private property. Don't be such a fuddy-duddy. This is an important investigation. Well, what's in there? Hang on a sec, I'm taking it out now. Whatever it is, it feels kinda hard. And smooth. That's what she said. Well, hello there. It's true that I didn't get a chance to look in the bag at the time. But I did touch what was inside. What? You touched it. And I remember it very well. It was smooth and hard. That's what she said. Well, that was just... Your Honor, I'd like the court to examine the fingerprints on that urn. If my fingerprints are on there, then it proves that the urn was in the detective admin's office. Well, even if your fingerprints are on the urn, it still doesn't prove when they were put there, does it? Of course it does. What do you say? Not what I say, but what Adrian Andrews, the person in charge of the exhibition, said. I polished it until it was just about glowing. I thought maybe it could make it look more valuable. If she polished it that much, she must have removed any and all fingerprints on it. And the only chance I had to get my fingerprints on it after that was... yesterday at the Admin Detective Agency. This blend. Color blend 107. I've decided it's a little too bitter after all. Just put some sugar on it. Order, order, order. I accept the defense's request. Bailey, whack those walls. Take this turn and... Wait a moment, Your Honor. There's no need for that. No need, you say? Precisely. I already know Mr. Wright's fingerprints are on the earth. What are you saying? Yes, I finally broke him down. Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. This guy is nuttier than a fruitcake. You see, it was me all along. I am the one and only Mask the Mask. I hope you all enjoyed my little performance. You calm down already? Okay. Sure. Well, Mr. Gordon, what's Mr. Admit's condition? He's still in the lobby, laughing insanely, Your Honor. You know how it is. I wish I could enjoy the joke as much as he seems to be. Well, it looks like the matter has been settled. Who would have that? I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man. Besmirching him with the title of thief. Nick, you were right after all. Yeah, I guess Mr. Delight really wasn't the thief. He's just a regular-ass buried fanboy. The court finds the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight. You're wrong! Wrong, I tell you! I mean... No, not exactly wrong so much, but actually not right is what I was really trying to say. Oh no, he's not. This can't be happening! It was bad enough when Edward did it, and now I have to deal with this fucking fanboy! Ugh! Goddamn fanboys. Always like this. The thief, the sneaky, odious thief who's been stealing all the treasures. It's me! I'm him! I'm the one you want! I'm the thief, I tell you! So do it! Pronounce me guilty, please! Their honest reaction to that. I don't know what kind of kangaroo court you all think this is, but... Judge, I could go on for a couple of hours about this, what kind of kangaroo court this is. Shut the fuck up. Objection! The true identity of the thief has already been proven. Please hurry up and pass, Judge. What are you talking about? I already confessed. I'm the thief, I tell you. Oh, for fuck's sake. Mr. Goddard, don't just stand there drinking coffee! Or at least give me some if you're gonna do that. God, that's very rude of you, not sharing the coffee. Ah. Hey there, Mr. Thief. Yes, sir? If you're really a man, then clean up your own mess. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I just don't have any idea what you mean. If you are Mask the Mask, then prove it. That's what it means. Yes, sir. I'll be happy to. He says he'll be happy to, Nick. It's kinda cute. He's 100% committed to his fantasy. Kinda adorable for a fanboy, I'm not gonna lie. Good boy. Just remember one thing. A boy only gets one chance in his life to become a man. I know that. I won't fail, I swear. Okay then, talk. We're all listening. Well, let's all have a listen to this confession. For the sake of it. The truth is, I've been Mask the Mask all along. I mean, you can't prove that I'm not actually Mask the Mask, can you? I don't have an alibi for the night the urn was stolen, after all. I donned my costume the night and dancingly descended upon the scene of the crime. Look, you can see right in there in the photo, that's me. As for my brooch, I snagged it on the door handle and it got torn off, that's all. I don't like the direction this trial has taken. But this is how every trial goes. At least for me, anyway. Ah. You're doing great. Stop it, Mr. Goddard. You're embarrassing me. Like I said, you're only going to get one chance to testify, alright? If you make it through these with flying colors, I'll keep my promise too. I'll make sure you stay locked up in prison as the one and only true Master Mask. Thanks so much, Mr. Goddard. I'll do my best. Alright, Mr. Wright, I'm afraid it's time for the cross-examination. My honest reaction to that. Uh-huh. I mean, I can. I technically can. Mr. The Light, this wallet belongs to you, correct? Ah, yes it does. I had lost it somewhere. Mr. Wright, when you find a wallet, you should report it to the police right away. No, you don't understand. This is an important piece of evidence. Evidence? Mr. The Light, when did you first notice that you'd lost your wallet? Let's see, I think it was on the night of the crime. But I know I still had it when Desi and I went out for dinner. This wallet was found at approximately 1 a.m. and at KB Security Headquarters. What? Surely you're not serious. Yes, I am serious. This proves that Mr. The Light was in fact at KB Security that night. No! So if the defendant was at KB Security at 1 o'clock in the morning, then that proves that he has a watertight alibi. Furthermore, considering the distance between Lordly Taylor and KB Security, it would have taken 30 minutes to get there by car, according to Larry anyway. Let's put an approx there. Well, Mr. Goddard, do you have anything to say? Besides the coffee drinking sounds? And stop drinking that coffee! He's gonna keep doing it. Come on, Mr. Thief. Don't let this guy beat you. Tell him why he's wrong. You're the only one who calls me thief, Mr. Goddard. Alright, I'll try. I'll do it, I will. He's really got Mr. The Light all worked up. Kinda gay. Yeah, he's like a kid at his first day of school. And yeah, it's a little bisexual of them. Look, it's just ridiculous. Why would I have dropped my wallet at KB Security? Someone must have planted it there to make it look like I was there and not at the heist. Planted it there? He's really reaching now. Mr. The Light, you probably dropped your wallet when you took it out to use this, didn't you? The keycard to KB Security's CEO's office. No! Ha! That was a pretty good try, Mr. Trite. Unfortunately, you've overlooked one small thing. What? Motive, of course. Why would this thief go to KB Security in the middle of the night anyway? Well, Mr. Wright, it looks like you need some more evidence after all. This stupid kid! Now then, let's see your evidence. The evidence that show when Mr. The Light went to KB Security at 1 a.m. that night. Yeah, sure, give me a second. Wait, no, it's on this page. It's a black, it's a black. Mr. The Light. Oh god, my nose, wait a second, it's itchy. Sorry about that. I believe you've seen this before, correct? Why is the envelope green is my only question. Like, for a blackmail envelope, like, blue or green is a little dramatic. That's... I mean, it's probably so you can see it well on the screen, especially when this was a DS game, like, the screen is small. But also... I don't know. You don't find a lot of, like, fluor green paper around very often in my experience. What is it? A blackmail letter. That's what it looks like from the contents. Blackmail? Yes, basically it says bring $50K, or, you know, $50,000. That certainly sounds like blackmail, alright? At the time of the theft, Mr. The Light was dealing with the blackmailer himself in KB Security's CEO office, a full half an hour away from the scene of the crime. No, 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 no! I'm surprised that he can talk while drinking. Order! 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 So when the theft of the urn occurred, the defendant was at KB security. It looks like a perfect case for the defense. You may see it as a perfect case, Judge, but to me... Yeah? Well, let's just say that my God of Brain 107 impresses me a lot more. What are you trying to say? You say the thief was being blackmailed by the CEO of a security company, but did you actually investigate the CEO at all? No, I guess not. Look, God, the last time that I had to deal with a CEO was like that red-white guy. He almost killed me, but no, well, he might have tried to kill me maybe. He killed my boss. Did I mention that he killed my boss? You should be angry at him because he killed my boss. Just saying. Accusing a man of blackmail with no proof? I'm not sure what I think of that. Not sure what I think of that. At least I know what I think of you. Good point. I'm not sure what I think of it myself. You claim that the defendant entered the CEO's office, but you will need at least one witness to corroborate your claim, Mr. Wright. Nick, I think we're going to have to track down the CEO guy. No, we don't have to track down the CEO at all. What do you mean by that, Mr. Trite? There is someone else who can testify. This is the person who can testify that the key was used at 1 AM that night. Good old Larry Butts. Boy. Who is this useless looking young man? Oof. You don't remember him, Your Honor? He was in court like 3 times already. Not exactly. But just looking at his picture makes the bile start to rise in my throat. It looks like he doesn't remember the case from 2 years ago. He probably blocked out that memory on purpose. Anyway, this man was working as a guard at KB Security that night. Oh? The question at hand is this key card. Yep, that's the key card they use in the building I work. According to the serial number, this one is for the CEO's office. You needed to get into that room, and every time you use that card, it leaves a record. Yeah, it tells you exactly who entered the room and when. As you can see, there's no need to investigate the CEO of KB Security. God damn it, I was gonna say company, I was thinking on fucking red white. We should be able to discover the truth simply by analyzing this keycard's data. You need to have your mask checked. Ugh. It's smoking a lot, just saying. Well, Mr. Goddard, the name of the CEO of KB Security is Kane Bullard. I wasn't able to contact him directly, but I got the keycard data here. So what does it show? Each keycard has its own serial number. They leave detailed records of their use. According to this data, this card was used at 1 AM on the morning of the crime. Gotcha. But that means it can't be Mr. Delight dressed as Mask the Mask in this photo. Ha! It looks like you're right. 2 minutes isn't even enough time to brew a good cup of joe. So then? I got you. Ron the Light was clearly in the office of KB Security CEO at the time of the crime. The prosecutor's office is ready to admit that fact. Therefore, it's impossible for the defendant to be Mask the Mask. Good job, you did it, Nick! That's enough. I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man again. Besmirching him with the title of thief. Again. What's wrong, Your Honor? I'm ready to pass judgment. But before I do that, do you have any further objections? No, Your Honor! First time that we have an easy case! That doesn't involve murder! Well, doesn't involve murder right now. I'm sure in a couple of hours gonna have a murder. Very well. The court finds the defendant, Mr. Ron the Light, We're gonna have to clean that confetti later. God is now a giant. Suckers. Oh god, my nose is still itchy. I hate it. I hate summer. I hate the summer months. I hate pollen. I hate allergies. I hate all of them. And I find them very offensive. Insubordinate and churlish, even. October 13th, 2:24 p.m. District Court. Definitely number 4. Nick, you did it! You were right after all. Actually, I'm a little bit ashamed of myself. Nicky boy! Oh, Miss Light. I knew you could do it. I believe in you all along, Nicky boy. I don't know how I can ever repay you. With money, I need to pay, like, my taxes, and, you know, the maintenance of the office, and for food, I also need money. You could pay me. Ah, shucks. Thanks, Miss Light. I just know I'm blushing. Congratulations, Mr. Nick. Oh, Pearls! I got a bad feeling about this. Who is this woman? Oh, she's nobody. She's just, You're blushing. How dare you do this in front of Mystic Maya? You should be ashamed of yourself. Oh, she slapped me. How many times do I have to tell this kid I have a boyfriend? Pearly? This woman is Miss Desiree Delight. She's our client's wife. Mr. Nick! Yes? You're even worse than I thought. Going behind the back of your own client. No, you got it all wrong. I never forgive you. Oh, a double slap. Well, anyway, all's well that ends well, right? We got the sacred urn back and the thief has been caught. Whoever stole it actually, like, fixed it and everything. So it looks back like it looked before Pearly broke it. Now that I know about that. You're so right, and it's all thanks to Nicky Boy here. But actually it was you, Miss Delight, that brought us the urn back. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Oh, please, you're embarrassing me. If we won the case, then why does this guy look so glum? But I'm the thief. Actually, what's the point now? What is it, honey? I did my best for you, honey. I know that, and I appreciate it, Desi. But the thing is... Come on, give the kid some time. He's just got a little touch of the blues. You know about feeling blue, right, amigo? Mr. Godot? What are you doing here? Oh, come on. I just came here to say thanks to my newest buddy. You, Mr. Trite. That's not my last name. Maybe you should learn my name before you call me buddy. Well, playtime is over. Huh? Early this morning, the body of Kane Bullard was discovered. Kane Bullard? Where have I heard that name before? Isn't that the name of the CEO of KB Security? Wait, body? The estimated time of death was 1 a.m. on October 12th. 1 a.m. on October... You don't mean... That's right, amigo. At the same time that a cheap little urn was being stolen, the CEO of KB Security was being murdered. So then... What are you doing here? Oh, come on. You figured out already, haven't you, amigo? Or... Have you already forgotten about that piece of info I helped you out with today? Help me out? What? On October 12th at 1 o'clock in the morning, Ron the Light was in the CEO's office, the scene of the murder. After getting that blackmail letter, he must have been imbued with utter rage. What are you saying? Imbued with rage? Have you looked at him? He's just a fanboy. Come on, don't tell me you didn't know. Fanboys can kill. There's a lot of serial killers that are fanboys. You should know that. Ron the Light was once an employee of KB Security. He was a professional security guard. An employee of KB Security. Well, to be fair, Larry did mention that. It looks like the alibi that saved him from being convicted as a thief is going to be the news that gets him hanged. Kind of an anti-alibi. No way. He can't be the thief because he was at the murder scene where the murder occurred. No, that's a lie. It can't be true. But I am a thief, I tell you. Run the light, you're going back to prison again. This time the charge is much more serious. This time, you'll be tried for murder. Murder. God damn it. Mouth. Work. It doesn't want to go to work. What? This is impossible! Search your feelings, Mr. Trite. You know it to be true. I'm looking forward to another exciting showdown, Mr. Trite. Asshole. You and I aren't through with each other yet. Surely you won't back down from a challenge. You've never been a coward. Mr. Nick, is there something personal between you two? Are you cheating your Mystic Maya with him? No, I told you I have a boyfriend, God. I have returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. At least let me have some fun while I'm here. This guy, who the heck is he? He may be quiet, but he's the most dangerous enemy I've ever faced. Sort of. He hasn't tried to kill us yet, unlike Von Karma. Well then, time to say goodbye to Mr. Delight. Nick, how could this be happening? Right in front of our very eyes, our client has been arrested for murder. And the one who established his presence on the scene was me. Guys, I think I fucked up. Roddy! Arrested for murder on the very same day he's declared innocent of larceny. What the heck's going to happen next? Don't worry, there's gonna be a to be continue and immediately continuing. Maybe I might go for a coffee. Yep. Funny we'd go to the round, but I might do an intermission just to get myself some coffee. October 13th, 3:02 p.m. Right on call, law officers. You know, I'm glad we found the urn and all, but poor Mr. Delight got arrested again. Well, supposedly Mr. Delight was in the CEO's office when the murder occurred. No way, Jose. I don't buy it. But the one who proved that Mr. Delight was there was Mr. Nick himself, at least from what I can understand. Looks like you did too good of a job this time, Nick. Well, how about we get started looking into the KB security murder? I think I'm going to head back to Kowa in Village Radio if that's alright. Sure, but why? I'm going to bring the Sequedron back and have some people take a look at it. Oh, that's a good idea. I think I'll go with... No! Mystic Maya, you should stay here. I want you two to spend some special quality time together for your love and happiness. Pearl, I have a boyfriend. He's in Europe right now. Pearl, she's so caught up in her fantasy she forgot there's a murder to solve. Well, she can keep the urn then. Now remember, no fighting, okay? She's gone. Okay, Nick, time to get going on this murder investigation. Wait, I need to examine something. Charlie. A quite decorative plant. When she was alive, Mia really loved it. She even went so far as to make it our mascot. No matter how busy I get, I never forget to worry this little fella. Very important. Do you have anything? No. Well, actually, let's talk about the secret urn. You must be relieved we got the secret urn back, huh? You bet. But there's something a little different about it. Don't... question mark at me. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I mean, take a look at this. It clearly says I am on the urn in the poster, and you know, it's a lot more broken. But the urn we got back says Ami like it always used to. Oh yeah, you're right. Plus the base has pink splotches on it now. I'm sure they weren't there before. Maya doesn't know, but 1 year ago when the urn was broken, the repairer accidentally turned Mystic Ami's names into I am. Oh yeah, I remember. And that repair was one mechanically unskilled little pearls. But still, I don't remember ever seeing big splotches on it. Is it possible that the iron is a fake? I'm sure Pearl will find out about that once she gets back to Karain Village. It's not like they wouldn't notice. Yeah, I suppose. Now that I think about it, Maya hasn't been back to Karain Village in a long time. So, I guess people still go to Karain Village to do their training, right? Yep, if you want to become a spirit medium, you need to go undergo severe training. So, why haven't you been training lately, Maya? Well... Lately, I've been thinking of heading to a channeling dojo to do just that. A channeling dojo? Huh. Sounds pretty serious, whatever that is. If you're going to train, you have to be serious, otherwise real tragedies can happen. Is what happened last year still bothering you? That's a yes. That murder in her village, it happened because the power of channeling was misused. When a medium uses a Karain technique, she temporarily loses her own will. So when a especially strong spirit is summoned, the spirit medium can get taken over and even forced to commit terrible crimes. Okay, but to be fair, that's literally not what happened. She just fell asleep. What's worse, in those cases, the spirit medium has no memory of what happened. Yeah, but she didn't do anything. That murder, it wasn't your fault, Maya. You know that, don't you? You literally weren't possessed. You fell asleep. I suppose not, but I guess I'm still a bit shaken up, that's all. It sounds like being the master of Karain is going to be a heavy responsibility. Well, let's go to the detention center first. October 13, detention center, visitor's room. I already told you, it's not me! A sad, pitiful whine that tappers into silence. Sounds like they're interrogating Mr. Delight right now. Man, and we don't have enough time as it is. Yeah, well, I guess the police are going crazy just like we are. Yesterday they thought he was just a thief, and now they got a murder case on their hands. And so do we, for that matter, but... what can you do? I guess you're right. That guy over there looks a bit on edge too. You know. Come on, we'll just have to come back later. Okay, let's go check out some other place, Nick. Well, I guess... the hideout? October 13, Mazumazu's hideout. Which is technically his apartment. Oh, Nicky boy! Maya! Miss Light. All I wanted to do was help my dear Ronnie. Yeah, but I guess it ended up hurting his case. Don't say that, Nick. She doesn't need your help beating herself up. Hey, Nicky boy, please help Ronnie. He's not a killer. I swear, my Ronnie wouldn't hurt a fly. Alright, I'll poke around and see what I can find out. Really? Are you serious? Oh, I'm so happy. I knew asking for your help was the right thing to do. I don't know what I can do to help anymore. I had no idea Miss Delight had such a vulnerable side. Listen carefully, Nicky boy. My Ronnie would never, ever kill anyone. It's just not in him. I don't think he would either, Nick. Yeah, but you have to admit he's got a bit of a temper to him. It's not that hard to imagine him just snapping and screaming, "Please die!" He would never say that. Anyway, Miss Delight, he might not be a killer, but he's still going around saying that he's a thief. I already told you, that's just a fantasy for him. Miss Delight, I hate to say it, but you're the one living in a fantasy world. What? How dare you say that to me, Nicky boy? I know everything about my Ronnie. We don't have any secrets between us. Ronnie isn't a thieving type. He's so honest that he wouldn't even sneak a nap. He's so honest that he wouldn't even steal a glance. A thief. Ha, the very idea. I guess I just don't get it. Huh? Get what? I just can't understand how they can be so different and yet be such a happy couple. Then again, I'm not an expert in relationships. Mostly because... well, all of my relationships have been kind of shit. Yeah, they sure are different. Come on now, Nicky boy. It's not that mysterious, is it? It was love at first sight. For me, anyway. What? For you? I hate these kinds of people more than anything. You mean ace detectives? Nah, I'm fine with ace detectives. And ace effectives too. Oh, so you must mean thieves. No, they're alright too. I just hate thieves that pretend to be ace detectives. There's nothing I hate more than cowardly men. By the way, why did you go to Detective Admi's office anyway? Well, as the trial went on, I started to get more and more anxious. I went there to try to find out more about the real criminal. The real criminal? Yes, obviously the real Master Mask is Lord Ronnie, right? Yeah? And Detective Admi knew more about Master Mask than anyone else. They mentioned him and the great people around town checking on TV. So then, you went there to ask him some questions. That's right, I'll do whatever it takes to save my man, including breaking and entering. His secretary said the ace detective isn't in right now, but I forced my way past her and into his hideout. I wouldn't exactly call that office of his a hideout. That bag was sitting right there on top of the table. Oh yeah, we saw that bag there yesterday too. There's nothing lower than someone who would try to pin a crime on someone else. Miss Light, do you know about KB security? Don't be silly, of course I do, that's where my Ronnie works. So she thinks he still works there, huh? And yet according to what we heard today... Come on, don't tell me you didn't know. Rondelite was once an employee of KB security. He was a professional security guard. Was very important, the tents there. Ron quit, he doesn't work there anymore. Or he got laid off. Could be either. Just saying. It looks like Miss Delight doesn't know. KB security is only about 20 minutes away, by motorcycle that is. Nari told me it takes 30 minutes by car. Well, I have to admit I tend to fly pretty fast on my bike. To make it to KB security that fast, are you sure you aren't literally flying? Why don't I give you a ride sometime? Or better yet, how about now? No, I'll pass, thanks. Why don't you just tell us where it is and we'll go ourselves? Aha! What a scary cat you are, Nick. Miss Light told us the location of KB security. Okay, let's head over there right away, Nick. No, I need to ask her stuff first. So was it really love at first sight when you first met Mr. Delight? Well, maybe not at first sight, but Ronnie saved my life. Save your life? I was at work one day when two robbers suddenly rushed in. Well, I'm not the kind to just curl into a little ball in a corner, so I fought back. Robbers? Yes, they took me hostage. I was so frightened. They were both carrying these huge knives, and I broke down into tears. Yeah, I would too if I were in that situation. Oh, I think I get it. Did Mr. Delight come running to save you? Yes, exactly. I remember he looked so handsome in that guard uniform of his. He went right up to those two knife-wielding robbers and screamed in their faces. Please stop it! He screamed. I could see the robbers' faces turn pale. That high-pitched shriek of his does have a surprisingly strong effect on people. Then, crying and swinging his arms like crazy, he attacked the two robbers. All by himself, he came to save me, a total stranger, all by himself. He was so scared he was crying and shaking, but he still risked his life for me. Wow, that's a great story. Yes, he may not look like it, but in a tough situation, there's no one better. That's why I fell in love with him like I did. That's so romantic. I'd fall in love too, I guess. God, I miss Edward. When is he gonna come back from Europe? Nick, I hope you'll do the same for me if I ever get taken hostage. Maya, you already got taken hostage once, and I saved your life. I have a boyfriend. With Maya, that possibility always seems to loom in the not-so-distant future. Also, it already happened, technically. Come on. And for the CEO's office, we haven't been there. October 13, KB Security, CEO's office. So I guess this is where the all went down, huh? The walls in here look fake. That's what she said. Just like you'd expect in a CEO's office. What has that got to do with anything? Hey, it's you guys! Detective Gumshoe! My favorite! Oh, it's Detective Gumshoe. Today was a real train wreck for you guys, huh? Sure was, pal. That prosecutor made a real fool out of us. Yeah, I feel for you. Wow, that's not like you at all. I thought you'd be more like, oh, that was great. You guys got what you deserve, pal. Or something something to that effect. Do I really sound like that to you, pal? If the gum show fits. Well, anyway. The point is I can tell when someone puts their heart into their jobs. And I can sympathize when things don't go your way. Sometimes I feel like wrong is the only way things go for us detectives. Wow, I had no idea Detective Gumshoe was such a nice guy. Now, if this little love fest is over, maybe we can start investigating. But looking at the time, we'll start investigating after I get my coffee. Because now is a good time for coffee. So... I'll go get that. And then maybe stretch my back a little bit. 5 minutes, give or take. And then we'll continue. So, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. It's so hot. Why am I drinking coffee in summer? Why am I doing that to myself? Like, this is a real question. Why am I doing that to myself? Well, I do like coffee. That's why I'm doing it, but also, great mistake, especially when the fan in the room is broken and I'm literally sweating my eyes out. Oh boy, oh boy. Now let's examine the crime scene first. This rope... You think it fell out of the safe when it was opened? I don't think so. So, you mean... Yeah, I think this string shows where and how the corpse was laying. You mean... The victim, he was killed by being crushed by the safe door. She can't be serious, can she? Wow, this safe is unbelievable. I bet 4 pearls would fit in there. And it's got a bunch of doohickeys attached to it. It's pretty amazing, alright? Motion sensors, heat sensors, weight sensors. Hey, Nick, come on. Let's open it and take a look. If I broke into one of these, wouldn't that set me down the path to Huddleville? Wow, look at that huge frame photo! All mountains rising majestically against a dark and cloudy sky. That's a title written at the bottom of the photo. The greatest sunrise of my life. This is it? This was his best sunrise? Either this guy didn't get out enough or he had really rotten luck with the weather. Maybe he had lived a little longer, he would have seen some better days. This must be the CEO's desk. It's a lot simpler than I would have thought. Hey, that looks like a super soft chair. Let me try it out, just for a second. Oh, nice. I feel just like a CEO. Hey you, whip me up a cup of some really expensive import tea and some scones. Move it! Ah, this is the life. The victim sat in that chair just before he was brutally killed, you know. Erroneous reaction to that. Check out this big, thick binder here. That's what she said. Leave the heavy lifting to me, Nick. Reading a file isn't exactly breaking work, just a little hard on the eyes. Ah. What did you find out, Nick? This file is not about any sort of security operations or anything. This huge file is about... it's all about Mask the Mask. It's filled with info on him. What? What kind of info? It's filled with incredibly detailed information about his methods and the crime scenes. Hey, Nick. Look at the last page. It's a list. Let's see. Tier of Emanon. 100,000. This looks like a list of all the treasures that Mask the Mask stole. So then, 100,000 is the value of the stolen item. I don't know. That number sounds kind of low to me. I think I'd better secretly make a copy of this list. Case list added to the call record. This looks like some kind of bookshelf rolling cabinet hybrid. I can't get in between these two shelves. Don't strain yourself trying. It looks like the shelves are controlled by a special panel. So I guess it's one shelf at a time, huh? Looks like they're filled with bunches of files. Yeah, files filled with data about security jobs they were hired to handle. It'd be a good night's reading if you got insomnia. I was hoping for something a little more exciting, like UFOs or something. Maya, please. Ah, there's a button here. Let's see. Yeah. Hey, cut it out. Don't press that. That was pretty funny. I never knew Detective Gunship could jump like that. What is that button anyway? It's an emergency buzzer. It says it right there on the panel. Oops, you're right. It's written right there. Nick, how many times have I told you to read the instructions first? This alarm's connected to the basement guard room. It's used to summon security up here. Really? Then it's possible on the night of the crime. Oh, so when the CEO was attacked, do you think that maybe he pressed the buzzer? Yeah, I thought about that, so I asked around down there. They say that the buster never went off that night. Also, we couldn't find any fingerprints on the buster. Mr. Bullard, the victim, wasn't wearing any gloves, by the way, just so you know. I think we'd better go talk to that guard about this emergency buster. Well. Detective Gumshoe, tell us what you know about the matter. Okay, but the thing is, I'm really not supposed to. Hey, come on, what about we put our hearts into our work? Things are really working against us right now and we need help. Okay, I'll tell you, just don't start crying on me, okay, pal? Okay, I won't cry on you, pal. The victim's name is Kane Bullard. He was the CEO of KB Security and a pretty big fella in his own right. His corpse was discovered at 9 this morning. His estimated time of death was 1 in the morning on October 12th. The cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, probably an object in this room. It happened at exactly the same time that the mask was still in the urn, huh? Cerebral hemorrhaging from blunt trauma to the head, oof. So why did it take almost an entire day to discover the body? There's a good explanation for that one. Bullard's body was stashed away inside that safe. Safe? Well, it is pretty big. Nobody had heard from him, and when they opened the safe this morning, out he came. Oh, so the body fell out. So that white string must be the shape from when he fell out. I think we still need some more information about Mr. Bullard. Maybe you could start by getting the man's name right. So, what happened to the mask? He's at the detention center, screaming like a madman. Investigate me again! He keeps yelling. No, I didn't mean him. He's not the real thief anyway, right? You mean that detective at me? Oh, that was great. That guy got what he deserved. Now that's the detective I know and love. Think about it. Admin was always around when a calling card showed up, but he always mysteriously disappeared when the heist took place. I was hiding at the crime scene. Yeah, right. That's the lamest thing I've ever heard. That's how you just knew he was the thief. That would explain how he was able to return the stolen item he keeps bragging about. Yeah, he just needed to make himself look like a great detective, that's all. But there's this one thing I can figure out about his first heist. His first heist? Yeah, the Fear of Emanon heist. There was a witness on that one. A witness? Here, I saved the newspaper clipping. Since the thief is already under arrest, you guys can keep it. Hey, this guard here. Haven't I seen him somewhere before? It's pretty small, so it's kind of hard to see, but now that she mentions it... Yeah, that's definitely wrong. Oh, that prosecutor. I really don't like that guy. The way he used our own evidence to do that to Mr. Delight. Yeah, I think he did it that way just cause he knew it hurt more. That's what my gut tells me anyway. So who is that Java-addicted mask maniac anyway? Prosecutor got it? He's quite the enigma, huh? The thing is, pal, I never even heard of the guy before. He just showed up one day at the prosecutor's office, came out of nowhere. That's right, he said this was his first case as a prosecutor. And it's true, according to the records anyway. But... no way he's an amateur. He's a nice man in court, a maverick that gives me goosebumps. Goosebumps? You? Yeah, I knew something was off about him, so I asked around. Nobody would talk to me, and they all just turned the other way. Poor Detective Gumshoe, I had no idea you were so unpopular. No, that's not what I meant. That goddard guy acts like he knows me and has a grudge against me. I get the feeling he's hiding some kind of dark secret. Although I'm not sure what. I wonder what it might be. Anyway. I'm pretty sure I need to present the victim to you. Detective Gumshoe, tell us more about Mr. Shane Boulevard. That's Kane Bullard, not Shane Bluer, Paul. Oh, yeah. The victim in this case just doesn't make much of an impression on me. Damn. Well, you were the victim up until Mr. Bullard was found dead. Yeah, and his body wasn't discovered until this morning. Anyway, we don't have enough information yet. Can you help us out? Sorry, I'm actually a little confused myself. For some reason, I'm just babbling like an idiot right now. Okay, Nick, now is our chance to get more info about the victim, so hurry up and ask. Can you tell us some more about Mr. Bullard? He was the CEO of KB Security, right? What kind of company is it anyway? Well, the company basically sends security teams out to buildings to guard them, like the name seems to imply. Mr. Bullard must have had the chance to learn a lot of secrets doing this kind of work. Oh, and I don't know how to put this, but the guy was kind of a money grabber. Really? Me too. I just love money. I can never get enough. Please stop leaning in towards me like that. You aren't getting to my wallet. Anyway, it looks like he did some pretty shifty stuff to earn his millions. Oh, so that's my problem. I need to be shiftier. Let me go already. Apparently he was involved in selling trade secrets between rival companies. Oh, that's pretty underhanded. Yeah. Oh, KB Security used to head security operations against Master Mask. What, really? Yeah, and after screwing up so many times, the company's reputation really took a nosedive. So it really was Bullard who sent Ron the blackmail letter, huh? Well, have to go to the security room. October 13, KB Security, security guard office. Whoa, this is really something else. For a security guard office, it sure doesn't feel very secure. Maybe security guard. Uh-oh, I just remember. Ferrari might be. Hey, Nick, what's up? So he is here. Yeah, how's it going, dude? And you got my sweet little Maya with you too. Sorry, I'm in need of hydration. Delicious oita. Hi, Larry. Here I was working my fingers to the bone, and in walks an angel. I got no problems with a daytime date, it's all good. No, that's not what we're here for. We're investigating the Buller murder case. Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? He's so hopelessly clueless. Why is he like this? Well, if it's about the murder case, boy, I have got some good info for you. Really? What is it? Well, I don't mind sharing with my sweet little Maya, but Nick, here's the different story. But Larry, I thought you two were old school buddies. That was then and this is now. That's sad, and this is this, as they say. So, something is written on these posters in fine print. A guy's 5 commandments. Whoa, this sounds serious. Let's see what it says. 1. Obey thy superior. 2. Respect thy superior. 3. Smile at thy superior. 4. Salute thy superior. 5. Buy donuts for thy superior upon command. It's signed Wendy Olbach, head supervisor. She's one tough old bird, let me tell you. Cross her and you come face to face with her real genuine ray gun. Yeah, sounds scary, alright. Well, fortunately she's on vacation, that's why I'm so relaxed right now. That's my partner seat. Your partner. Well, that's what I call her. She's my superior, actually. Kind of a weirdo lady. There's tea spilled over that machine, you know? Don't worry about it. Just the other day I spilled some chocolate milk on mine. It still works fine, more or less. They really don't. They really know how to build them, I guess. Boy, oh boy. Hey, Larry, that's your jacket, isn't it? That's right. Did you know you hung it right on top of some kind of lever? Yeah, sure. I was told to never ever touch that lever. She scolded and huffed at me. Something terrible will happen if you do. Got it, Greenhorn? So why hang your jacket on such an important level? Because it got me curious. If the jacket's weight pulls the lever down, that's what they call an accident. Doesn't the suspense just kill you? Then you want to know what happened, huh? It's true. It's killing me too. What about you, Nick? Yeah, but for a different reason. Wow, take a look at these things here. Hey, Larry, what are they? Do you say, Hey, man, it's not like I have to know what they are to do my job. I always thought they were just some kind of decoration or something. Oh boy. How did this guy ever get a job here anyway? That's my workstation. Pretty cool, huh? I keep a steady eye on the monitors and use that mic for communicating. Look at all this equipment. It must be hard to operate. Now, Biggie, I think there's an instruction manual somewhere in this room. Somewhere? Instruction manual? What are you going to do in an emergency? Well, I guess I start by calmly looking for the instruction manual. During that time, my partner, the old lady, would calmly look for her reading glasses. That's what a security professional call teamwork. Even Maya and Pearls could run this place better. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? The screens there show what's going on all over the building. Everywhere. And it's my job to keep a steady eye on them. All of them. I wouldn't sound so smug if I were you. Can you watch regular TV on these two? If anyone would sit here and watch TV instead of working, it's Larry. Hey, Maya, I'm a pro, okay? Besides, you can't get regular TV in it. And how do you know that, Larry? Because that was my first bit of investigation, if you know what I mean. I know what you're thinking. It was a professional investigation, alright? Sure. I think that's everything. So what's this good info you were talking about, Larry? Hey, I'm a guard, a pro. I can't just give away information for free. He wants a bribe. I thought professionals were more, I don't know, honest. Can you talk to him, Maya? Larry, tell us already. What's the good info? Hey, I like that. This kitten has got some claws. Okay, you really want to know? Yes. So tell me. Okay, so the thing is, Rondelai was an employee here. And natural, since I'm a pro, I looked into his background. Follow me? Yes, you're a pro. I follow you, gone. Well, 1 year ago, Rondelai was fired. And there was no warning at all. Just happened all of a sudden. I know this is a small company, but I think that was pretty awful. I guess he must have done something bad to have gotten fired like that. Like maybe skipping out of work to go pick up hot chicks or something. No, that's just you. So, what is it like to be a part-time security guard? Let me tell you, it's tough. Well, you know me, I get by alright, I guess. Plus, I have to keep my eye on those monitors all the time. Monitors. There are security cameras set in each room around the building. It's really hard. Sometimes I feel like my eyes are gonna fall out. Oh. And if I see something suspicious, I have to contact one of the teams. What teams? The security teams for this company. They're supposedly the best in the business. But I'm no amateur either, so if it's something small, I don't bother calling them. So in other words, you basically watch TV screens all day long. You were in this office when the murder took place, weren't you? Do you, by any chance, happen to see, on the monitor, the thing? Like, the murder happened? Larry. Why do you say that? This is a part-time job for me, and I can't operate the equipment, and I'm dumb! Even if it is a part-time job and you are dumb, you're still in charge of security here. Hey, give me a break. Don't try to pin the whole thing on me. That's not fair, Nick. Huh? I don't think you can expect someone like him to take any responsibility. Anyway, the point is you were here that night, right? Motherfucker. Oh no, I knew something smells bad, and it was the butts after all. Well, it's like I always say, that was then, and this is now, okay? That's that and this is this. It looks like I'm going to have to break his Cyclops after all. Oh boy. Yeah, I might as well. Boy, oh boy, Larry, why are you like this? On the night of the crime, were you working hard like you were supposed to? What? Of course I was. Why wouldn't I have been? But didn't you sneak out of work just yesterday to go see Miss Delight? Ah, but that was... that was that, and this is this. That's that, and this is this, literally. Is there any chance that you snuck out of work last night too? Never! I didn't sneak out. I tell you what, I'll even bet you $1. $1? Whoa, now that's confidence. What's with that wrench in the rain puppy look on your face? Do you have evidence that I left my position, or are you just pulling my chain? The evidence that Larry was not manning his station when the murder happened is... Well, I guess the office keycard would be the... I mean... This is the keycard to the CEO's office, right? Yeah, that's right. This keycard was found inside a wallet. This wallet? You know about this, right? I've never seen it before. Liar, you hand-delivered this wallet to Miss Delight just yesterday. I was there. Give me a break. You can't expect me to remember every little thing that happens. Well, I do expect you to remember something that happened just yesterday. What time was it when you found this wallet? I guess it was around 1 in the morning on the first floor of our company building. 1 o'clock in the morning. That's right. In other words, Larry, at the time the well, oh, yeah, that's a typo. I had a moment, that's a typo. At the time of the murder, you were away from the security guard office. Yeah, but there's nothing you didn't think about. There's something you didn't think about. What's that? My shift that day didn't start until 10 p.m. The murderer might have snuck in before then. What do you mean by that? If the murderer had snuck in before 10 p.m., then it wasn't my fault. It was the fault of the guy whose shift was before mine. That is the dumbest excuse, Larry. Just saying. Why do I have the feeling that he still doesn't get the seriousness of this? Listen up, Larry. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that the killer snuck into the CEO's office after 10 p.m. during your shift. Because of the office key. Larry, when you use this key card, does it leave a record? Which you told us that it does, in fact, leave a record. Yeah, it does. But I can't show you the record. But I can't show the record just to anyone, you know. That keycard data was already made public in the trial today. What? I didn't know that. Any kind of request for info like that is supposed to go through me. Boy, does that sound a bit arrogant coming from a part-time guard. Anyway, according to the data, the door to the CEO's office was opened with this car. Furthermore, it was most definitely used at 1 a.m., the time of the murder. No way! Yes, someone used this to get into the CEO's office. That happened at 1 a.m. on the night of the crime, right in the middle of your shift. Oh. Larry, you can't duck your responsibility this time. Yeah, I know. I don't like it. This is good coffee. I knew it is all my fault. It's my fault that the boss was killed. My fault. Larry. There was nothing I could do. I have important issues to deal with too, man. What happened that night anyway? My donut happened. Huh? Your donut? I got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, my donut called and said I have to talk to you right away. So I went to see her and he was standing right there next to her. Who was? Her new boyfriend. It was like some horrible joke. Before I knew what was going on, the guy sucked me right in the kisser. Normally I'm the one that does the punching, isn't that right, Maya? Yeah. So is that why you left the security guard office? I'm sorry, it's not my fault. How can I ever make up for it, Nick? What can I do? He's curled up on the floor, crying like a baby. Oh boy. Nick! Is there anything I can do? Anything, just name it. I'll do whatever I have to do to make up for it. I swear I will. Larry. Hey Nick, as long as he's offering, why don't you show him the evidence we got? She's right. Maybe we'll get at least one bit of useful information from him. Nick! Yeah, whatever. Calm down. I think the buzzer was important. Yeah, because the sound should be playing here, actually. The buzzer in the CEO's office is directly connected to this room, right? That's right, just like my heart is connected to yours, Maya. Huh? Girlie, don't worry about it. Go ahead, Maya, press the buzzer in your heart. What's that supposed to be? I promise I'll come right into your presence like the professional guy I am. Wow, that was pretty good. Thanks, I try. Do you think you could tell us about the buzzer now? Yes, please tell us. Okay, I guess, prepare to be wowed. Thank you. I accidentally pressed the buzzer earlier. Yeah, I heard it. So that was you, huh? You're a security guard, aren't you? Why didn't you come to the CEO's office? Well, this is the third floor of the basement. The CEO's office is on the first floor. I thought it would be a good idea to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Plus, there's a police detective here, right? I just didn't think it was necessary. It's as if he's trying to win an award for the laziest person on the planet. Let's get back to talking about the night of the murder, okay? Is it true that the buzzer didn't go off that night? There must be a record, right? You must have had a look at it, right? Of course I did, and I couldn't possibly have made a mistake either. You think you could take just one more look for me, please? Okay. I just can't say no to you, Maya. What do you think, Nick? He's probably right. I don't think even Larry could make a mistake like... Ah! Well, what is it? What's wrong? I made a mistake! Huh? But how? It can't be. It's impossible. Okay, enough already. What about the records? That night, it went off just once, in the morning, and around 1 AM. 1 AM? That's when the murder happened! Really? Are you serious? That's terrible, it can't be! Larry, for the love of God. Do I have to do anything else with you? Like, I can't remember, but I don't think I have anything else to present to him. Well, I guess we're gonna have to move somewhere else then. We've checked his hideout, we check here. Let's go to the exhibition hall. October 13, Lordly Taylor, main exhibition hall. The treasures of Korean exhibit is all ruined now. Maya. I'm sorry, it's just so sad. This was our big chance for everyone to learn about spirit channeling. Maybe I can cheer her up somehow. Well, now that we got the secret urn back, maybe they can reopen it. Really? Sure, maybe we can label it the Urn of Mas Damascus Desires. That would probably attract a lot of attention. Whoa! 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 That's brilliant, Nick! We could clean up and be filthy rich! Woohoo! Wow, that was surprisingly easy. October 13, Ludley Taylor, Basement Warehouse. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. Miss Andrews? What's she still hanging around down here for? I'm so... How is it going? What about the secret urn? The urn? Oh, that. It's been taken care of already. What do you mean, oh, that? Taken care of? Do you mean it's been found? Yes, it was brought in during the trial today. Wow, really? You really are the greatest, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright had nothing to do with it. It was Mazdama's wife that found it. Well, anyway, I'm so relieved. I just heard all about it on the news. So that detective was actually the thief all along. It looks that way right now. It's my fault. I'm the one who ended up hiring the mask to guard the treasures. Don't blame yourself, you were just doing your job. Hey, Nick, if she wants to apologize, you should let her. So, when was it that you hired Detective Admi again? About 20 days ago. And when was it that Mazdama's calling card arrived? That was about 10 days ago. So he sent a calling card to the very place he was hired to guard. I guess that's it then. Detective Admi must have really wanted that secret urn after all. I guess so. What? So Mazdama's murdered someone as well? Well, that's the things look right now. Yes, but I thought he was here still in the urn at the time. Well, we're talking about a criminal mastermind, so anything is possible. Nick, let's get down to business already. On the night of the theft, did you notice anything suspicious about Detective Admi? No, I couldn't have. After all, he was hidden the entire time. I never even caught a glimpse of him. He claims that's the way he always operates. That's just what he says, so he can't have an alibi while he commits the thefts himself. Yeah, he was caught up in the crime scene photo, dressed up as Maz the Mask pretty well. Boy, oh boy. I'm so glad that you got your secret urn back. Yes, but there's still something that bothers me about it. What is it? I'm not exactly sure, but somehow the urn that came back seems different. Really? You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Miss Andrews? No, I don't know anything. What would I? Oh. Cyclops. Okay. What do you think this means, Nick? It means the person that holds the secret to the mystery of the secret urn is our very own Miss Andrews. Well then. I'm pretty sure we don't have enough for that, so let's see if the detention center has something for us now. October 13, detention center. Visitor's room. Mr. Wright. Mr. The Light. Did they finish their interrogation? Yes, but please don't leave me alone anymore. Okay. Mr. The Light, you lied to us before, didn't you? Well, you see. On the same night, the secret urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor department store. A blackmail letter you got summoned you to KB Security to hand over some money. And then, that's where the CEO, Kane Bullard, was murdered. But there's only one Ron the Light. Am I right? So the only question is, where were you that night? This time I want to hear the whole truth. Your life depends on it. Okay. But before that, I am gonna show you the clip. The newspaper clip. Hey, this is an article about my debut heist. Boy, that was a tough one. Before I knew it, they were all hot on my trail. But Master Mask, he must have gotten away, right? It says in the article that he disappeared. That's right. I got a sudden burst of inspiration. I hid my Master Mask costume in a nearby plastic pocket. Then I quickly changed into my security guard uniform. Pretty clever, huh? Wow, awesome. Hey, hold the phone. The guy in this photo. Is this you, Mr. Delight? That's right. Nice trick if I do say so myself. Nice and easy to figure out. Even pros could see through that in a heartbeat. But as you might expect, Detective Admi found the disguise. He truly deserves the title of Ace Detective. No, he does not. He's an Ace Effective. I'm gonna keep making that joke until it sticks. Coffee. Detective Admi found the Master Mask disguise? That's interesting. Yes, and I heard that he brought it home with him. So that's it. That's when Admi got his hands on this. Thanks to that, I got the chance to make my costume. That must have been really time-consuming, huh? Yes, it took quite a while to complete. Anyway, a few days after that, I received the first of the blackmail letters. Blackmail letters? You got them starting when? Tell me more, now. Hey, calm down, don't get so worked up. Mr. Delight, do you still insist that you're Master Mask? Isn't that what I've been saying since yesterday? That was a quick response. Tell me about it. To be honest, it's starting to get irritating. But listen, Mr. Delight, at the trial today, we learned the true identity of the thief, didn't we? Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find around the worth of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. I guess it's true. I wasn't the one who stole that urn. Of course not. After all, you were at KB Security at the time. So when the person dressed up as Master Mask in this, photo, it's gotta be Detective Admi. So that night, you didn't go to Lordly Taylor, you went to KB Security, right? Yes, I went to KB Security at the time the blackmail note said I should. Alright, what happened next? Well, I used to work there, so I knew where the CEO's office was. I knocked, but there was no answer. So then I used a key card to unlock the door. That's probably when he dropped his wallet. When I went into the CEO's office, someone was in there. Someone. Then suddenly they bashed me over the head. Bam! Is it Kane Bullard that hit you? I don't know. The person ran away while I was still stunned. When I came to my senses, the sight I saw left me speechless. The dead body of the CEO was right there in front of me. I thought I died myself. Anyway, I thought I should do something with the body. So that's why you put it in the safe? Yes, that's right. I used to be the chief of one of the security teams, so I knew how to open it. Okay, and what did you do after that? Well, I got out of there for starters. I was the one who set up the security cameras in that building. So I knew how to avoid being spotted by them. Nick? All of a sudden, Mr. Delight kind of sounds like the murderer to me. Please don't say that. Mr. Delight, is it true that 1 year ago, you were forced to quit KB Security? I wouldn't call that... Maya, I wouldn't call getting fired being forced to quit. Very different circumstances. Fire is literally just being, oh, you're fired. Forced to quit is basically harassing you and making your life miserable until you quit because you cannot live in that kind of environment. Well, nor work in that kind of environment. But let's be honest, at this point in history, you kinda live to work rather than work to live. How did you? I'm begging you, please don't tell Essie, please! Don't worry, we haven't told anyone yet. Oh, thank goodness. No, but I suppose I have to tell her sometime. She'll find out eventually. Why have you been hiding it from her anyway? She would despise me if she ever found out I was living a life of crime. A criminal, a thief. She'd never forgive me. My marriage will be over. Knowing that, why did you become a thief in the first place? Because Essie spends money like it's water. There's no job in the world that could bring in enough money. Except being a thief. At least that's what I thought anyway. But he became the mask for Desiree, huh? This blackmail letter, is it the first one you got? No, of course not. But this is the first one that ever called me out to a specific location. So you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Emanon heist. That first letter, it said, I know you did it. So someone found out about your true identity, just like that. It's not easy being a master thief, you know? I got proof that it was you, so give up. It went on to say. So in the end, I had to give up the treasure I went through all the trouble to steal. Is that right? Hey, hang on a second. What do you mean you had to give it up? Oh, don't worry. After I put the jewel in the safe deposit box the letter specified, someone sent me 10k. No one said anything about me being worried, you know? After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. Plans? What are these plans you're talking about? There were instructions on how to steal a crown or a painting or some other rare treasure. They showed security blind spots, escape routes, and even suggested training methods. So you mean that the one who planned the heists wasn't you? No, it wasn't. I only planned the very first one. After that, I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans. It sounds like Mr. Delight is thankful to the person that was blackmailing him. So Ron Delight was Master Mask after all. But someone else is behind the thefts. Someone who planned them all out in detail. All I had to do was deposit the treasures I stole into the safe deposit box. And then I just waited for the cash to come in the mail. Were you trying not to look so gleeful about it? I don't know, Phoenix. I would be gleeful in that situation. I mean, it's a lot of money. And everybody likes money. So you went after the sacred urn because of one of those plans too? Well, see, truth is, I've never seen the urn. All I did was follow the instructions and steal what I was told to steal. Mr. Delight, is everything you just told me the truth? Yes, but please don't tell Desi, okay? Uh-huh, thanks for the testimony. Ron, before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you. I don't like the fact that the music just dropped. Yes, please don't hurt me. Mr. Kane Bullard, do you swear that it wasn't you who killed him? Yes, of course. I could never. I'm not lying. All I did was hide his body in the safe. But then I was afraid I'd discover what I did. I turned myself in yesterday. What? Dude, you're gonna get us in trouble like that. Why? Well, if the judge had ruled that I was guilty of robbery, then I'd have an alibi, right? I guess so. You're really clever, Mr. Delight. I guess I have no choice but to take Mr. Delight at his word. Hey, Maya! Hey, Pearly! I'm back! Hey, Pearls. So what have you been up to this whole time? I said quite on, Mr. Nick. I took it back to Cohen to have it examined. And what did you find out? Well, there's no need to worry. They say it's a real urn. Oh, that's a relief. I was really worried. But there's one small problem. Problem? These Curio pink splotches. They said that it's paint and that they were put on the urn recently. Why are we talking about the pink splotches again? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? We gotta find out how they got there. That's the big deal. Yes, Mr. Nick, we gotta find out how they got there. Okay. We'll go find out how they got there. Please don't forget about me. Okay. Main exhibition hall. And the basement. October 13th, Lordly Taylor, basement warehouse. Oh, Pearl, how nice to see you. Hello there. I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to? Well, actually, I was having this urn examined. Oh, I see. Maybe if we take another good look at this urn, we can figure out the mystery of what actually happened here. Nick, let's look around one more time. This box, there's something about it that's bothering me. That's the box that the secret urn was in. Looks like there's some paint on it too. And it's definitely the same color as the stuff on the urn. I think I know how the paint got on it now. As if it wasn't obvious. Alright, let's investigate again, Nick. Okay, add it to the core record. We slide, and this splotch here. It looks to me like it's been dry for several days. And perfectly box-shaped. There's something suspicious about this paint mark. The bottom left part of it is shaped oddly, and it's shockingly pink. Mr. Nick, could it be that this is a Sharpies? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. Ah, that's the box the secret urn was in. If you look here, there's a little bit of paint on the box as well. Wow, you're right. Look, it matches. Why is it, Mr. Nick? This is all turning out exactly as I thought it would. I think it's all starting to become clear. We're that much closer to solving the mystery of what happened to the urn. Not that it matters, because we're supposed to be solving a, a murder, but okay. Anyway, Adrian, bad news. I'm Magatami in your ass. That sounded weird. Miss Andrews, do you know anything about the secret urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today, it's obviously not the same urn as before. Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be a fake. A fake? You're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence that the urn that was submitted at the trial was genuine? I mean... yeah? Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is a genuine article. Pearls went back to Crane Village and had it examined. Is that right? No, that's nice, but I don't see how... What she discovered was that the urn had been broken. Again. Did you say again? Yes, it was broken once a year ago. And now it looks like the same thing has happened. And quite recently, too. Recently? Are you saying that this urn was broken recently? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know? I think it's... yeah, the treasure exhibit poster. This poster, it was made recently, right? The poster? Oh, the poster for the exhibit. At the time when this photo was taken, the urn said I am on it. But now, for some mysterious reason, it says Amy. When the urn was fixed, the letter was transposed. Ah! I am. What does that even mean? I don't know anything about that. I wasn't even there when the photo for this poster was taken. It was a mistake. No, tell the truth. Huh? Wait. Or? Even if the urn was broken, I had nothing to do with it. Huh? Yes, that's it. It must have been one of the people at the photo shoot. They probably dropped it. I'm sure that's what happened. It looks like she's not going to give up that last eye clock though easily. Do you have any proof the urn was broken here at Lordly Taylor? Probably the paint marks rather than the box. Yeah, because that would imply that, like, the box failed here. Well, Miss Andrews. What is it supposed to mean? There is pink paint all over this urn. And there is pink paint all over the floor and the walls of this basement warehouse for some reason. In other words, this urn was broken here. You can't whistle out of this one, Miss Andrews. But... oh, she's trying to make her escape. You can get pink paint anywhere. Well, there's none in my office, that's for sure. Well, there is in my room. Liar. Anyway, the paint on the urn and the paint on the floor. There's no proof that it's the same paint. Come on, this is getting ridiculous. The proof linking the paint on the urn and the paint on the floor is that is the box. This box, the urn was stored in this, right? Yes, that's right. Well, there's pink paint on this box as well. You saying? I think you already know where I'm going with this, don't you? Yes, more or less. The paint on the floor has an odd shape imprinted on it, doesn't it? Yes. If you put this box into the impression in the paint, you can see it fits perfectly. Which means this box was dropped right over there. And that is when the urn was broken. Your name does you justice, Mr. Wright. Well then? Are you gonna tell me about the thing? I'm so sorry. I was the one who broke the urn. Boy, does this make me feel like some sort of evil school teacher. I'm a terrible person. Not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did. Well, that's not so hard to understand, is it, Barley? No, I know just how she feels. It happened about 2 weeks ago. Just after the poster photo was taken on the same day the urn arrived here. I thought I put it away down here for safekeeping. I was carrying it in the box. When I tripped on a paint can and lost my balance. The box I was carrying crashed to the ground. Yeah. I heard a terrible noise and I thought my heart was going to stop. Fearing the worst, I opened the lid of the box and that's when it happened. The broken pieces of the urn fell out of the box and landed right in the paint. I was in shock. I let out a huge scream. I can totally see how that could have happened. Yeah, as clumsy as she is, I'm sure Maya understands. Well, I knew it was the most important treasure in all of Current Village, so I tried as hard as I could to fix it. Fortunately, the shards were pretty big. And that's when the I am got changed to Ami. I didn't know how it was originally written. To be fair, Miss Andrews, you fixed it and put it back together exactly the way it should look. So, you did all of us a favor. But any sane person fixing it would have assumed it said Ami. A sane person? Really? Oh, Pearls, it's not your fault that you don't know how to spell. She said she wasn't very good at spelling. Anyway, I put the urn into the storeroom and no one had seen it since then. But there's something I don't get. When we first came here, I didn't see any paint stains. Well, that's because it was so ugly and embarrassing. I used a golden statue to cover it. The Ami face statue. Aha! The first time that we came down here, it wasn't the night of that the sacred urn was stolen. By Mr. Nick. There were no paint marks on the walls or floor of the warehouse when we were here. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime, around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. Oh, hi, Shin. Anne? I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I see. It makes perfect sense. Have become addicted to making game design documents. Man, it's always fun to make the documents for the thing. Less fun to do the thing, in my experience. But there's still one thing I find strange. What is it, Pearl? The day after the urn was stolen, we came here again. At the time, the statue had been moved and the paint was clearly visible. He's right about that. Well, Miss Andrews? Huh? What? I don't know anything about that. I placed it there to cover the paint, so why would I move it again? The scary part is realizing the overscope. I mean, in my experience, especially for a game jam, well, in my experience, the good thing of making a game design document is like, if you realize the overscope, you can very easily just look at the thing and be like, okay, what do I take out? It's hard if you don't have like a reference of like, oh, this project is too big because of this reason. Like, if you have the game design documents, at least you can be like, okay, what are the things that I need to take out for this to be manageable? Which is a positive in my mind. Well then, who was it? Who would have done it and why? On the day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. Then the next day, it wasn't moved. But why? It looks like there's some connection between the sacred urn and the murder case. Why? Why do you think, Sonic? Because that night, the real thief drawn the light was at KB security. So then, why did another Mask the Mask show up here? A lot of different things are pointing to one undeniable fact. Why undeniable fact? The murder trial is starting tomorrow, but it looks like that thief is going to be making another appearance. It looks like I'm finishing my coffee. Is Ritual something someone Tomb Raider Mirror Edge-esque to more crazy taxi with boxes? I mean, that sounds okay. Like, Mirror Edge is... like, it's very difficult to duplicate in my mind. In the sense of, like, it's so fast-paced. I feel like it would be very difficult to do and do well. Might be the reason why Mirror Edge 2 wasn't very liked even. So like, it's always important to start small. Gotta be reasonable. Only fast-paced but nuanced with how momentum and speed works. That is also true. Like, it's very difficult to make that work with a lot of, you know, time and, like, testing, I feel. Like, it's not the kind of gameplay that is, first, easy to replicate, and two, easy to replicate in a way that actually feels okay. And that isn't super nausea inducing, which, to be fair, Mirror Edge is nausea inducing to me, but that's to me. October 14, 9:41 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. Hey, Nick. What is it this time? You won't believe how many people are here for the trial. Well, it is a murder case. I'm using Unity for Project Crew's WebGL support. Ah, very important. Now that everything is played on the webs. What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door. Next door? Why don't you know this, Nick? They're having Detective Admi's trial today. Detective Admi? They said they're going to try him as Mask the Mask. Already? That was fast. Boy, I'd love to see Mask the Mask's trial. I know. By the way, where's Pearls? Oh, she went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore. Am I looking to default for web support too? No idea about that, to be honest. I know you don't like me. Pearls has really gotten into her training lately, huh? Yeah, ever since that incident last year. Please don't ignore me. Oh, Mr. Delight, good morning. No one likes me. No one would notice me even if I kill someone. Come on, don't be silly. You're like a fanboy and shit. People love those. Wait a sec. You don't mean you're the murderer? No, I'm just a poor thief. No, wait, that's not right. A thief can really be poor. Now, let's see. According to Mr. Delight, from his second crime on, he was following a bunch of set plans. Plans that someone had been sending to him to help him commit the heists. Though sadly Unity still has the upper hand on 3D web support. Default has got 2D support though. Oh, I see. I've been thinking about like maybe writing a visual novel. There's a lot of indie visual novels and I do like the format. And like there are a decent amount of visual novel like whatchamacallit. Oh god, the word just left my mind actually. Engines, that's the word that I was looking for. There's a decent amount of like specifically visual novel engines that are like visual programming, so I don't like die in the process of learning how to use them. But I'm not gonna lie, video games make me intimidated in that sense. Do you really think there's a connection between the thief and the murderer, Nick? Rampy, my beloved. There's Rampy. I also own like Tyranno Builder, which I need to test. Like Tyranno Builder seems pretty strong. It's paid, but it's not that expensive as far as like engines go. It's possible, but today's trial is a race against the clock. Huh? How come? Let's just take our time like always. I'm afraid that's not an option. October 14, 10 AM, District Court, Quorum number 6. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron the Light again. The defense is ready, Your Honor. You're ready? Preparation is the last refuge of the weak. Okay, settle down, everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement, Mr. Godot. He's got the judge in the palm of his hand. Yet again. Ron the Light is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all. I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godot. Then you need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war. That is exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. Got an idea for a H-Mecha game, cause yeah. I mean, isn't there like a couple of those? Like, not game, they're games, but like, I know that there's like at least 2 or 3 visual novels where they're basically mecha stories that just happen to also have the porn in it. Which, I mean, there's obviously a market, the people want it. That's all my statement means, you understand now, right? I got one of them? Oh, nice. Yes, well then let me briefly summarize the details of this case. Whoa, the judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for a change. The evening is Kane Buller, CEO of KB Security. His body was found in a safe at approximately 9 AM on the morning of the 13th. However, the time of death was estimated as 1 AM of the previous day. And that's when our little lost kitten dropped the ball. Hot Space Cowboys or Legend of Blue... Yeah, no, Legend of the Blue Wolves. The little lost kitten is, of course, the defendant. Very well then, Mr. Goddard, please call your first witness. I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial. 17? That's such a specific number is the thing that is keeping me. Like 17, exactly 17 cups of coffee. That's the maximum in this situation. Who do you think you are, Hesed Beeman? But the first one is always the best. Yeah, because it has the most flavor, idiot. You need to brew coffee more often. Mr. Goddard, your witness. Okay then, let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Ron the Light, has to say for himself. The defendant. Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections? It may be a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but... Look, Judge, if I say no, Goddard is gonna say something to convince you, and then my no is not gonna mean shit, so... I remember when Mia was defending me. She allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination. She put a lot of trust in me back then. Finish the Essential Saga with Gundam. Oh, nice! Classic Char. I don't remember how long ago I watched Char's Counterattack, but it's one of the things that I remember very well that I watched. Like, I haven't watched a lot of Gundam in my life, but I do remember watching that. We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. Delight to testify. Ah, you got guts right. I'm about to do something extremely wicked. That just makes me think of, like, I have an idea most ingenious. Like, I feel like it has the same energy. Alright then, Mr. Ron the Light, please take the stand. You did it, didn't you? Yes. What? No, that's not true. For a moment there, I thought we'd set the record for the shortest trial ever. Well, Mr. Delight already looks plenty guilty with that face he's making. And once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his own coffin. Ha! Very well. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bullard, why did you go to KB Security? Well, that's kind of hard to say. Boy, I wish I could go home. Now then, let's hear some testimony about what happened, for the love of God. This goddamn fanboy. That evening around 1 AM, I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I've been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. 1 AM, the exact time the murder took place. The weak get washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it up. What? It's bitter today too, just like my destiny. You never know that from the way he's chugging it down. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. Please. Okay. This is the blackmail letter. It ordered you there. It was the first time I'd gotten a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere. Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters then? Of course, they'd say things like, steal this or take that. Why did you save those for later, Mr. Delight? Please don't say anymore. Now, what should I do? No, press harder. So what did the blackmail letter in question say? It said to bring 50k. Money, a perfect motive for committing murder. Oh, but wait, I never intended to pay that money anyway. Oh, is that right? After all, he had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of. An important point indeed. Witness, let's have that added to your testimony. Yes, sir. A muddy mud skipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving than I do. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything, sure. But first, this is important to press. Used to be a security chief for KB Security, right? Yes, that's right. A security chief, you? And yet, a year ago you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge. A perfect motive for murder, wouldn't you say? Isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject. Why? Mr. Delight, please tell us why you were fired from your job. Well... The world is filled with those who have said, I wish I had never asked that. Okay, then I take it back. Defendant, please answer the question. I needed money. You needed money? Well, you see, Jessie loves to spend it. It's kind of her hobby. Not the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick? My salary wasn't nearly enough, so I stole data from the company. Come again? KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies, and since I was a security team chief, you stole some data and sold it. Mr. Bullet found out and I was fired immediately. What? I wish I had never asked that. I was somehow able to keep it secret and made it seem like I had quit on my own. What is it, Nick? You don't look so good. Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as punishment. You do well to remember that. He sure told you. So you admit that you stole data from your company, is that correct? Yes, I'm sorry. This is very important. This is a very important fact. Please add it to your testimony. Oh man, this whole thing just took a big turn for the worse. Crashed and blew up. It's gonna take the jaws of life to rip this case from the clutches of disaster. Okay, this. Profiles. The wife. Mr. Delight, what you said just now doesn't match what you told me yesterday. Huh? What doesn't? I think you must have been scared, very scared, of having a certain person find out your secret. A certain person? Miss Desiree Delight, defendant's wife. But I... Listen to me, my destiny, she's... Looks like if I just sit back and relax, the fun will end before it truly begins. Oh, Godot! Yes, we know, it was all your wife's fault. What do you mean? Mr. Delight stole company data to pay for his wife's spending habit, for which he was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him. And that is how this murder came about. Oh, No, everything is falling neatly into place for him. Don't talk about my Desi like that. Or you'll be sorry. He's fanboy. Well, it seems that we've learned a great deal of things here so far. What do you think, Nick? I didn't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes. Clearly there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data from his wife, and he killed to protect his secret. A family man who cared just a little too much. The motive is clear. Let's move on. Iona's reaction to that. What happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. Delight? Come now, tell us. We're all ears. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. When I came to, Mr. Bullard was lying there dead. I see. Suddenly hit on the forehead, huh? I believe the detective from yesterday provided similar testimony. He said that Mas the Mask struck him on the head from behind. Of course, since Admin turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie. It's a little funny lie. That is true. Ha! No one's going to believe a pathetic lie like that. What are you saying? I really was attacked. We'll find out if what you say is true or not during the cross-examination. Got that, Mr. Trite? Don't go easy just because he's your client. If I see any sign that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godot. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it. Probably. Uh-huh. Yes. Oh, wait. Cut there. That. Could you please clarify what you are referring to? Why, my Mas the Mask costume, of course. Wait just a moment. Mas the Mask? Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I dressed as Mas the Mask. And then I descended upon the office of the CEO of Gaming Security. What? Nick, do you know about this? He never told me this. I don't recall ever mentioning it to me. Him ever mentioning it to me either. Even I didn't know that. It seems our little friend really loves to keep secrets. Got it, you need to check that mask of yours, really. It's, burning. I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Wait. That's not right. You know how sometimes you think just leave your mind? Ha! My 6th cup of coffee is staring up at me coldly. Damn. At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony. I had been killed if I hadn't been wearing my Mas the Mask costume. Uh-huh. Why were you dressed up as Mas the Mask again? Why? Because I'm Mas the Mask, of course. What are you talking about? Mas the Mask's trial is being held next door. Ah, yes, I guess so. Anyway, at the time, I thought I was being blackmailed over the Mas the Mask issue. So I thought I should go as him, just to be safe. Oh boy. Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than I expected. Took a lot longer? What is he talking about? What do you mean by took a lot longer? Oh, opening the safe, of course. My cape got caught on the safe door, you see? This all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullard's body. What was that? Back up a second. Yes? You were the one that hid the body in the safe. Well, yeah? Inconceivable! Why? Just why? What reason could you have? What were you thinking? Question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine? When putting your clothes in the washing machine? Like, depends on the color of the shorts. Or the kind of dirt that they have. What? The answer is simple. When they take them off. No, you put it on the cloth basket and then you put it in a pile depending on the color or the level of dirt they have, and then you put it in a... No! You don't just put it in there without, like, putting other clothes, idiot! Goddard doesn't wash his own clothes. Just saying. As usual, I have no idea what you're saying. Do you mean that Mr. Delight hit the body because he's a murderer? Ah, so you're not as stupid as you look. His metaphor this time was really obscure. Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, do you? Well, yes? Why am I the only one not in the loop here? Witness, make sure you add this to the testimony. Yes, sir. Uh-oh, looks like a storm front is moving in over the Fairweather Dodge. I panicked and hit the body in the safe. It took about 10 minutes. Okay, that reminds me, the bus record. Ron's testimony buzzer record. Went off once at 1:02 AM on October 12, so it can't have taken 10 minutes. Your Honor, could you please take a look at this record? And what might this be? The record for the emergency buzzer that connects the CEO's office to security. If the button in the office is pressed, a security team is supposed to come running. And according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once at 1:02 AM. What? If Mr. Ron the Light truly was the murderer, he would have run as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, a security guard would have been heading his way. Let's remember who we're dealing with here. He probably had no idea there were security personnel in the building. Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as a chief of security. There's no way he wouldn't have known about them. But as it turns out, the guard never came. That was nothing more than a coincidence. The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser, sorry Larry, who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend, and wasn't anywhere in the vicinity, was not something Mr. Delight could have known. Again, remember who we're dealing with here. It's a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer going off. This buzzer is extremely loud. There's no way he could have ignored something like that. If he had been conscious, that is. Conscious? What do you mean by that? Fine, let's hear your theory. Recall the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes. Unconscious, so he fainted. That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer had sounded. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body. So what are you trying to say? Mr. Delight was knocked out and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, it can only mean that there was another person in that room. That's right, whoever it was, they knocked out Ron the Light and then pressed the buzzer. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, this is preposterous. It was this kid. Ron the Light is the one who killed Kane Bullard. Then who pressed the buzzer? It was the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push that button. So Kane Bullard sounded the buzzer himself. What is your opinion on this, Mr. Wright? I need to prove that the real criminal was there at the scene, but how? I prove it wasn't Kane Bullard who sounded the buzzer. Yeah, we can. The defense's opinion is this. Your Honor, this piece of evidence proves that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer. And it's the buzzer itself, actually. I believe this is a piece of incontrovertible evidence you were looking for, because there are no actual fingerprints and he doesn't wear gloves, so if he did touch it, there should be at least a couple of fingerprints. The emergency buzzer? Is there some kind of clue in it? Absolutely not. Hey, come on now. At least give some thought to what you say before opening your mouth. The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue. And now I'm the one who's clueless. This button has no fingerprints on it. If Mr. Buller had really pressed it himself, naturally he would have left his fingerprints behind. Run the light obviously whipped them off. Wipe them off, rather. Why would he? A guard could have come in at any moment. He touched that button, I know he did. The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Mask the Mask. And Mask the Mask always wear gloves. What reason could he possibly have... could he possibly have had to wipe the button free of fingerprints? Order, order, order. Ugh, it would seem. I've been forced to eat crow. I wonder what blend number crow flavor coffee is. However, if the real killer was there at the scene, why would that person press the emergency buzzer? Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? His honest reaction to this. What with this awkward silence all of a sudden? Ah, it looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks. They're on to you, Nick. Just give me a minute to collect my thoughts. The real culprit killed Mr. Buller around 1 AM. Mr. Delight just happened to walk in when the murder was taking place, right? The killer clobbered Mr. Delight and then sounded the buzzer. Even though security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed, security was supposed to respond. Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say. Very well then. Oh, you got some guts. I like that in an opponent. Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer? To call the security guard, obviously. That's what he's there for. The killer knew that if they pressed that button, a guard would come running, or was supposed to anyway, and that was exactly what they wanted. Do you mean to say the killer called the guard on purpose? Yes, although as it turned out, he never showed up. Because he was getting his clock clean at the time. Ha! What a touching story. You're saying the killer had a change of heart and called the guard to turn himself in. No, I'm not. When that buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. The victim, Kane Buller, who was already dead. The defendant, Ron Delight, who was out cold. And the third person, the real killer, whose shape is really look at me, you know, shaped. He has a look at me shape. Hypothetically, yes. Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Ron the Light. And if any security guard came running in at the time, they would think that I was the murderer. Yes, that was precisely the real killer's objective. To frame Ron the Light for the murder. Motherfucker. Stop drinking coffee in front of me like that. It makes me feel upsetty spaghetti. Order, order, order. Ugh. It would seem. How much coffee are you gonna drink? I've been made to eat my words once again. Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee. Mr. Wright, who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait a second. I'm the one and only Master Mask, so... Nick, you mean the real killer is? We're going to drag that person in here right now. But who is it? I don't have any solid proof yet, but think about it. The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity, and they also knew that he had been called to KV security that night. So the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard. Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright. Who was it that framed Mr. Ron Delight for the murder of Kane Bullard? Profiles... It's defective! Detective, look at me. He's the only one who could have done it. Ace Detective, look at me? You mean Master Mask did it? Your Honor, the person being tried in the court next to us is not Master Mask at all. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of Kane Bullard. Order, Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Theft and murder, which is the more serious crime? Arguably murder. They're not even close. Murder is the most serious crime, of course. It's a capital crime subject to a capital punishment, which it's kind of fucked up because I don't know. I feel like capital punishment is fucked up. The death penalty is not good. Just saying. Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would. When Luke Admi confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom. Of course, a famous detective was unmasked as, well, as Mask the Mask. Instead of being convicted of murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. That was his true objective all along. To be found guilty? Mask the Mask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lordly Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Mask the Mask was looked at me airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi. A guilty verdict as an alibi? Not the weirdest thing in this courtroom. Just saying. You know, it's almost time. For what? For Luke Admi's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial after all. If we're going to stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course. That's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder. Oh boy, that's a problem. Mr. Look At Me's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire country. If we were to intrude and fail to provide adequate proof of his true crime, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal. That's kind of shitty. Am I really sure about this? Huh. I bet it's only good when your life's the ante. Mr. Wright, I believe in you. Mr. Delight. So, please. I'm begging you. God, he's pathetic. Thanks, but... Kinda cool that one of Marvel's best villains is a... I mean, some of the best villains are just big dudes. It's like, yeah, he's a big dude and he's a bastard. He's just good at being a big dude bastard. Thanks, but my decision will determine the rest of your life. Can I really risk your life like this? Phoenix! Hello, it's me, Mia's ghost. What was that? Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client, take the path of trust. That voice, it sounds like... Mia! It's your ghost again, I missed it. Your Honor, the defense requests an immediate recess. Ha, so that's your answer, huh? Very well, I've decided as well. This court will now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Mr. Look At Me to the stand. Yes, Your Honor! October 14, 11:58 a.m. District Court, quorum number 5. Well, Sir Detective Admi. I have to say, Mr. Payne, you perform splendidly. Oh no, Sir Detective Admi, you were the one who... That's enough. This course is no reason to further prolong this trial. And you're so good at as a villain, you're the bastard for 3 different characters. He's good at multitasking. These courts find the defendant, look at me. Wait! Don't hand down your verdict yet, please. Well, well, still lawyer. Welcome to my courtroom. Who's this hoser, eh? My name is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law, and I wish to file an accusation against this man. Look at me. Accusation? You accuse Mask the Mask. That man is not Mask the Mask. He's just a ruthless murderer. What? Canadian judge? Canadian judge who happens to be the judge's brother, I believe. Although I'm not sure if he's like his brother or his brother-in-law. I think he's his brother-in-law, actually. Which makes it funnier in a way, that his brother-in-law is just Canadian. October 14, 12:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. My sis? I could have sworn I heard Mia's voice. Canadian powers. Yeah, like saying hoser. So then, she's still alive, inside your heart. Nicky boy! Oh, Miss Delight. Is it true that the detective is the real killer? To be honest, we don't have any definitive proof. But he's the only one who could have done it. But wasn't he at Lordly Taylor that night? Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motive. I mean, why would Detective Admi want to kill Kane Bullard? Oops, it's almost time, better get back to the courtroom! I need to find some solid proof. And it's gonna happen sooner rather than later. October 14, 12:21 p.m. District Court, quorum number 6. Now then, this court is back in session. Mr. Look at Me, please take the stand. Again. Well, well, how do you do, sir lawyer? I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. I couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Not when it would have given you your perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Mask the Mask. I'm sorry, I'm afraid even the great Look at Me has no idea what you mean. Of course I have been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there is no way I could know what's been going on in here. You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as Mask the Mask. Indeed, it's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward for returning the property to them. Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger, for example. So you continue to insist that you are, in fact, Mask the Mask. Of course. Very well then, Look at Me. Let us begin with this simple question. On October 12 at 1 a.m., Kane Bullard was murdered. Where were you that time? One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But don't worry, I will not hold it against you, Sir Judge. Thanks. Alright, Mr. Admi. The night of the murder, speak. We're all ears. As you wish, Sir Prosecutor. He's having fun. I was stealing the earnest Mask the Mask just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. Our photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured Mask the Mask was the same time as the murder. Was it though? It seems the main point of discussion will be this photo of the crime scene. Everything else up until now was all part of his plan. There has to be a secret to this picture as well. Even the Grand Master Mask cannot be in two places at once. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive. Unfortunately, Mr. Admi, we still have to do your cross-examination. A fool is too foolish to know that he is a fool. I think he's trying to say that you're full of it, Nick. Even if he's just sounding like Francisca von Karma. The only thing that's full of it is his alibi. Let's see. This one. About the camera that took this photograph. Look at this photograph. Oh, come now. It's all too clear what you're thinking. You think I altered the timestamp on the photograph, don't you? I mean, he could have. I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Lordly Taylor, and on top of that, it was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed that picture's data. Unfortunately for the defense, there's no way that picture could have been altered. I see. It looks like I'd better find something else that could be suspicious. So, this alibi is false. It has to be, or he couldn't have killed Mr. Buller as KB security. But I'm not really spotting anything unusual. There are two possibilities. Either the mask in the photo is a fake, or the photo itself is. Canadians are so nice. Really, Trevor Phillips from GTA 5? I mean, there are nice Canadians, I'm sure. But, you know, I have no reason to believe Canadians are inherently nice. This one. I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point. That's right. That was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean you sent out the car after you began your security watch, right? Indeed, there was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. I see, you truly are evil, aren't you? Yes, evil is what I am. Hey, Nick, isn't there something odd about this? Detective Admi was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was the only one watching it, he'd have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona. Imagine my shock finding about Canadians being nice was actually a joke about how Canadians were not nice. I mean, fair. The stereotype makes the fact that they're not nice a little bit funnier. It's just like the rupture of the expectation, let's say. You know, that's true. It is kind of odd. Okay, and I need to press you here. So, by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here, is that correct? Indeed it is! That is it! The very thing that proves I committed a crime. The very thing that proves you committed a crime. Surely even you understand by now. Lordly Taylor provided that camera. There's no way I could have tampered with it. That means I could not have killed Kane Bullard, unless I had an accomplice. Come on. Think long and hard about that night, that's what she said. The basement warehouse on this picture that supposedly captures it is got to be here. Isn't there something funny about this picture? You bet there is. Are you implying that this picture is a fake? You bet I am. There's definitely something strange about this picture. You took a look around the basement warehouse that night before the theft took place. And there's something in this photo that doesn't match my memory of that night. Very well, then let's hear what you have to say. What about this photograph do you find funny? Oh, you know, the giant, like, paint stain on the floor. The funny part is right here. Why, this is a blood stain. Ah, blood! Now this case is getting interesting. Not exactly. That stain is actually pink paint, which would be blood if this was a Danganronpa game. Oh, just paint. And peach color at that. From blood to peaches, the judge sure loves going on his wild tangents. The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse. It turns out that something that should be there is nowhere to be seen. Well, Mr. Wright, what is supposed to be in this picture instead of the paint stains? Statue. The supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following. Well, that's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime, around noon, the golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I myself was there the night the theft took place, and saw the statue in that spot. If this picture was truly taken on that night, then that statue should have been there. But when I went there the day after the theft, the statue of the old bag was sitting in the corner. Perhaps it was somehow pushed there accidentally? Your Honor, this statue is slightly larger than yourself and also quite heavy. It would take more than an accidental push to move it that distance. In that case, can you prove it? Can you give us a rhyme and reason as to why that statue was moved that night? Can you do it, Nick? Never mind who moved it. The real question is, why did they move it? Well, Mr. Wright, I hope you're prepared for your answer. Now then, who was the one that moved the golden statue on the night of the crime? Well, obviously. The one who moved the statue is none other than... Look at me! Come on now, Senior Lawyer. There you go again on one of your strange delusions. Mr. Wright, what basis do you have for your strange delusions? It's very simple. You have to call them that? The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. That is indeed very simple. However... Oh boy, what is your excuse this time? Why would I want to move a heavy golden statue? The reason for moving the golden statue... Here's where our battle really begins. Well, Mr. Wright, what reason did the witness have to move that statue? The reason can be found here in this photograph. Look at this photograph. Look at me, you pretended to be Master Mask to create an alibi by showing you were at Lordly Taylor that night. But this photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would be exposed like cheap film at a drugstore. That is why you had to move the statue. A single fatal flaw. Interesting theory, please enlighten us. Just where in this picture does the lie exist? Oh, that's easy actually. Is a timestamp. Naturally, the lie in this photo is a timestamp. What do you mean? I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in question, Look at Me went to KB Security and murdered Kane Bullard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to have been at Lordly Taylor at this time. But what does that have to do with the statue being moved? Remember, if you will, Your Honor. When was this statue placed besides the warehouse door? Well, the statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime, and it was placed there in order to cover up the paint. Exactly. Look at Me had already decided on the time when he was going to kill the victim, and so, in order to create an alibi for that time, he took this picture days before the murder took place. What the... Of course, the statue hadn't yet been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. Ah. So on the day of the crime, Mr. Admi must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. Why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had been brought down and placed where it wasn't supposed to be. And that is why Look at Me had to move the statue on the night of the murder. He did it to make the room match with the way it had been in his photo. Order! Order, Mr. Admin, is this true? One moment, Your Honor. Have you forgotten this? What's that? The data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime. It's true that the camera had been set up by the Lordly Taylor staff. However, the program used to manage that data was yours. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data. Order! Order! Mr. Goddard, what is the meaning of this? Well, she's in a lot of trouble. Oh, my nose is itchy. Goddard, I warned you about making me wait. Now put that coffee down. My 11th cup. We're at 11 already? I promised to drink no more than 17 during a trial. Which means I'm still good until the last drop. However, the defense has a very good point. A good point. So what? We are all but travelers on a road of infinite points. I think he's got his points mixed up with his other points. So you say this photograph was taken ahead of time, and that the statue was moved in order to make it match. That's a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that can't be denied. Which is... that it's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe can never reach their dreams. That's very true. No, wait, don't fall for that, Your Honor. Hey, Mr. The Mask. Yes? If there's no funny business in your actions on Mask the Mask, there should be no problem with you telling us your strategy. So let's hear it. Yes, please provide Discord with your testimony about your plans to steal the sacred urn. Oh boy, I hate with this asshole. I first received a request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box, and Sparry! It was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 AM on October 12th. That's pretty much all stuff we've heard before, isn't it? Yeah, but we will find the truth hidden in the nuggets of new information he gave. Witness, you're sure there are no mistakes this time? Svari. Very well then, Mr. Wright. You may begin your cross-examination. Wait. Send before a heist. The emblem is top secret. Uh-huh. Okay, but yeah. Yeah, here in the text. Mr. Admi, if you really are Mask the Mask, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course. Is there a problem with that calling card? The calling card? Allow me to read a passage from the calling card that Mask the Mask had written. Take good care of the speckled urn. Now, the speckled here. Surely reference to this pink pattern on the sacred urn. Yes, that is true, but so what? Truth be told, there is no way that Mask the Mask could have known about this pattern. What do you mean? This pink spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains. Paint stains? And these stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor. I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Trite. The day that the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse, the urn was broken due to human error, or should I say, an error-prone humor. And that's when the pink paint got on the urn. Very accidental, very silly. Ugh, you can't be serious. And yet this calling card clearly mentions a paint pattern. Which means Detective Admin had seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken. And because this photo is a fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water. Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself? Alright, that did it. He's broken. Nick? I think it's still a little early for a victory pose. Huh? Ha! It's so sad. So sad, bad dad. No one has any conviction these days. Conviction, you say? Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was Mask the Mask, and now we're calling him a murderer. You don't think we're being a tad fickle? That's a good point. No way, don't fall for that, Your Honor. You say that Luke Adamy was the one who killed Kane Bullard. Then let me ask you this. Why would he do that? An excellent point. Motive, Mr. Right, motive. My merry murderous motive manifest. Nick, he's getting his second win. He prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Run the Light, as you say. He must have had a very strong motive for murder. The only one with any motive we've seen is Run the Light. God fucking damn it. Isn't that right, detective? Indeed! According to my own research, the boy's motive is clear. God fucking damn it. Without a motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what the defendant's motives were? I'd be honored to, sir, old-timer. They're doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance. Oh boy. Look at me, had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Mask the Mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Run the Light. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is Mask the Mask. That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. Sure. Whatever you say, you asshole. So, the victim, Kane Bullard, blackmailed the defendant. This is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. A handwritten test confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote the letter. What? Well then. Very well, Mr. Wright, begin your cross-examination. Mm-hmm. Wait, but how would you know that? Mind if I ask you a few questions, Detective Adme? Well, if it is just a few, I guess it's alright. When you said that this letter was addressed to Run the Light, I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction. Contradiction. I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that. You're one to talk. At times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show us what you got there, Junior? Don't call me Junior. Indeed, time to man up, Mr. Wright. Shows the contradicted evidence in the content of the blackmail letter. Well, where's a newspaper clipping? Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is in the newspaper clipping, because like he's the one in the photo, so what would he assume? Take a good look at this newspaper clipping. It contains a picture of the Tear of Emanon. It's the stolen jewel. What about it? The problem is this jewel's color. Color? I'm not much for discussing color myself. According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day. Oh, right, it does mention that. Red? Which means the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the Tear of Emanon that Mask the Mask stole at all. And your point is, Mr. Trite. So you're trying to say that this blackmail letter was indeed was intended for someone else? That is what you're trying to say, right, Trite? That is what you're trying to say, right, Mr. Right? Well, that is what you're trying to say, right, Nick? Yes. That is what I said. This is who Caden Buller was actually blackmailing. The only person that we know has a giant, like, red jewel anywhere. Naturally, it was you, Detective Adme. Like, look, he has it right there. Do you have some sort of basis for that claim? You have been personally involved in every single Mask the Mask case. In the last case, you recovered what was stolen. And received a jewel as your reward. A jewel? Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. That red diamond ring. That is the diamond referred to in the letter, which means that Caden Buller wrote that letter in order to blackmail you. Ah. Oopsie. I thought we were going, you know, we were mostly talking about the other stuff, but okay. It seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Trite. Uh-oh, I don't like the way he said that. Caden Buller blackmailing, look at me. Are you for real? Yes, I am. Nick, come on, step up to him. Then answer me this. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. If you don't want your identity revealed to the world... Yes, it certainly does. Caden Buller trying to make Luke Admin's identity public knowledge. An identity he wanted to keep a secret. So just what was that identity? Admin killed Caden Buller because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret? Here's what it all comes down to, Nick. The identity that Luke Admin wanted to so desperately keep secret was his identity as... Well, he's not an ace detective and he's not Mask the Mask, so... Luke Admin was a blackmailer. Objection. Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You say that Caden Buller was the one blackmailing Luke Admin. Are you saying that Admin was blackmailing someone else on top of that? You have to admit that does sound a little odd. It's not odd. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Caden Buller was blackmailing Luke Admin. But Run the Light was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. So, did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Emanon heist. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans. Detailed plans? In which case that would mean that Run the Light was actually Mask the Mask. That is what we are claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. the Light steal his targets for him. And that someone was none other than Luke Admin. Shh! Silence! Now I see. It's all becoming clear. What is? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless, with the tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong? How did you? You say that I, Look at Me, was blackmailing Ron the Light. In which case, I would naturally know all about his relation to Mask the Mask. Well, yes. Ron the Light started receiving plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed that first crime. Good point. You certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise. In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence. During the first crime, how did Look at Me know that Ron the Light was Mask the Mask? Well, he was there. In the newspaper clipping. I think I see it. See what? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Gets into lots of mischief trying to be the center of attention. What do you mean? This newspaper clipping. It has a picture of you and Ron the Light in his guard uniform. It seems that Mask the Mask didn't just disappear into thin air. He just took off his costume and hid in a bucket. That sounds too stupid to be true. Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. And that's when you figure it out, Mr. Atme. That's when you learn that under his mask, Mask the Mask was really Ron the Light. What, wasn't he supposed to be Mask the Mask? Not only that, it looks like he wasn't even an ace detective. I can't believe it, he was just a slimy blackmailer. What a fraud, trying to pass himself off as an ace detective. Why you, how dare you expose me like that? Why I mean, I've never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm a famous and proud ace detective and also Mask the Mask. Why can't you understand that? I'm afraid you are neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're an ace defective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity. Why you? How dare you even dare imply that I... Good. Okay, yeah. He's doing the thing. Calm down. Can't read your dialogue when you talk like that, hon. It would seem we finally arrived at the real answer. That was quite a performance by Mr. Atney. Bailiff, walk his balls. Prepare yourself for Mr. Atney. Really, Godot? The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim. What do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling. Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge. You don't get much more in your face than that. It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Trite. What do you... It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Look at Me was a filthy blackmailer. And that he wasn't at Lolly Taylor the night of the murder. That's right, that's why he's the one who killed Mr. Bull. But... there's still one thing you have yet to prove. What's that? Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can prove that this pitiful excuse for a man was at KB security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered. No, no way! Order in the cart. Well, Mr. Wright? This is it. This is the final round. I got to prove that Admi was at Mr. Buller's office on that night. But can you really prove that? That's long enough, Mr. Wright. I want to hear your answer. That night, Look at Me was at KB Security and the defense. We can't really prove it. We don't have anything that can actually prove it for realsies. I can't prove it. Just as I thought. But fucking damn it. But if we hear more of the Detective Admin's testimony... Unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Trite. What do you mean? I won't allow for any more testimony. That's what I mean. What? Have you forgotten? Look at me is here after we interrupted his own trial. And you have failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial and face his guilty verdict as Master Mask. No. Well, now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as Master Mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron the Lights will verify that he's the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. God fucking damn it. Order in the court. That's enough deliberation over this witness. I can't believe this at this rate. Ron is... Don't give up now, Nick. We still have tomorrow. We can look for more evidence and... By then it'll be too late. Huh? Why? Double jeopardy. One of the basic rules of any court of law. Double jeopardy? Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. This is a fundamental rule of all courts, and it applies to this witness as much as it applies to anyone else. Mr. Admi will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty as Master Mask, which means he will be innocent as far as the murder of Kane Buller is concerned. No way! The fact that you were unable to prove Mr. Admi's guilt of that crime here means that he will never again be tried as Kane Buller's murderer. Fuck me. Yeah, my honest reaction to that. No, there's nothing I can possibly do to win. Even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent, the real killer Look at Me will go free. I mean, he's technically gonna be in jail forever for all of the, you know, stealing, but... I don't know, Phoenix, I don't think that you should be happy about giving a man the capital punishment. Like, I understand your point, but still, it's kind of fucked up. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today, and as long as there is no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare that there will be no further questioning of this witness. Are there any objections? Then I hereby end this cross-examination of Look at Me. I think I see it. Your Honor, when you were a child, that is what was on your report card every year. Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result. How did you? Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. That voice. No way. Mia! Long time no see, Phoenix. Mia! You're back! It's the true power of the current channeling technique. I know that it's really Maya who's standing before me, but right now she's my mentor, Mia Fey. Now let's do this. But there's nothing more we can do, Mia. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. The testimony is not over yet. What do you mean? Your Honor, just now you said something very interesting. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. Yes, that's true, but... Unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks. Well, now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as Master Mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron the Light would verify that he's the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Yes, but these comments appear to have no importance whatsoever. Very well, then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made his remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question them. Is that alright with you, prosecutor? Is something the matter, Mr. Godot? Ah, nothing. Oh, Sir Lawyer, it looks like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods will do anything to me, look at... Let's hear it. Huh? It's true that the witness made some remarks. So then, let's hear this last bit of cross-examination. Mr. Goddard, where are you? Very well then. Mr. Look at me. I'm going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks. The defense would like to hear why you declare the defendant to be the true murderer. So please, give us one last bit of testimony. Phoenix, this is it. This is our absolute last chance. Yes, Chief. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had these photographs readied. My brilliant deduction was when it informed me that the true culprit was Ron the Light. And thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter, the victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. Sparry! Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. This testimony actually seems to hold up pretty well. The witness' earlier remarks do not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of his points have been explained, and none of them seem to contradict anything. But of course... But how do you know about the emergency buzzer? The police investigation documents went directly through me. And I always look over all the documents. It's elementary, lawyer. Are you going to make even more trouble for us now, sir lawyer? I will not allow any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. We cannot postpone Look at Me's trials any longer. This is your last chance. Hang on a sec, just one chance? It seems that the party is about to begin. Well, Phoenix, there isn't any evidence that contradicts with that testimony. So it would seem. What do you mean, so it would seem? Listen, Phoenix. Pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. If you can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it. Cup number 17. Last cup. It seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial. I have to find a fatal contradiction in this testimony. And I need to point it out without presenting evidence. Which means all I can do is find a contradictory remark and press it. Remember, you only get one chance. Very well then, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Actually, this is the easiest one. In my opinion. This. If you weren't there, how do you know? Mr. Admi, about this last remark. Objection. You still don't get it, do you, Trite? This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement. I'm afraid you're the one who still doesn't get it, Mr. Goddard. What? Mr. Admi, it seems you have finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. How can you say that? Let's review your testimony, shall we, Mr. Admi? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his mask the mask outfit. Is that correct? Indeed, that's what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof. More likely, your deductions prove that you're a fool. I'm sorry, whatever do you mean? For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty. When exactly did we learn the fact that Ron the Light was dressed as Mask the Mask when he went to the scene of the crime? That was, it was just a few hours ago, back when my sixth cup was looking at me with a cold stare. Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? I'm sorry, I never had a chance to mention it up until now. That's right. The defendant had yet to tell anyone else this fact before this morning. Therefore, the only people who should know this are those who have been watching this trial. Do you understand now, Detective Admi? There is no way that you should have known about that. Any of it. Any of that. God damn it, I didn't get to scream when he did. You were in the next courtroom being tried as Master Mask, so then enlighten us. Just how did you know about that piece of information? Well... Come on, this detective must have known about it. He probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand. And it's those chances that I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his Master Mask outfit. There is one and only one way for Detective Admi to have found that out. Only one way, you say? Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. For a second, my client witnessed the real killer. But Mr. Delight never saw his dark hair, so there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Look at Me. Is with that statement, then I'll turn this case on its head. Just what are you implying? Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? Now, if you turn that statement around, it stands to reason that the real killer had also seen Ron Delight. Impossible. Hi. Detective Admi, you saw Master Mask at the murder scene that night. You saw him when you killed Kane Buller and assaulted Ron Delight. That was the only way you could have known what Ron was wearing. Yeah. Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. And that's the same line you gave yesterday. But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time. Boy. What an awfully complicated incident. Kane Buller was blackmailing Look at Me, who was in turn blackmailing Rock Delight. And upon killing his blackmailer, Look at Me tried to frame Ron Delight. He then claimed to be guilty as Master Mask in order to escape his true crime. And to that end, he came up with this plan, to use the double jeopardy rule when making his alibi. At any rate, it would seem we've finally found the truth. Excuse me. I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man, again. Besmirching him with the title of murderer. Oh, that's a new one. Don't ignore me! Oh, I didn't realize you were there. Why wouldn't he be? About the verdict. I know, you never committed any murder. That's right, I'm so glad you understand that, but I really am Master Mask! Huh? So, thanks to that trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? What was it you said, double jeopardy? Now that you mention it, I've been careless. Careless? What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. A defendant can never be tried twice for a crime in which he was once found innocent. Then Master Mask is really innocent? It would seem so. For now. For now? Now then, this court finds the defendant... Hey! Oh god, more confetti to clean. Well, that sucks. Boy, this is really lucky. Wait, this isn't so good after all. You see, the thing is, I still am Master Mask after all. October 14th, 3:35 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. You did it, Phoenix. Thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days. Oh. I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. But on the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of thorn these days. You mean about becoming the master of the Kurain channeling school? Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother. Misty Faye, right? Watch over her, will you, Phoenix? Of course! Well then, see you around. Bye, boss. Mia. Ah, Mr. Wright. I don't know what to say. Congratulations, Mr. Delight. Thank you so much. No, wait. Nothing really matters anymore, though, now that all of this has happened. Come on, just be happy already. Maya. You've been cleared of the murder charges and got off as Master to boot. But in exchange, I lost everything. Huh? What do you mean? Stealing security information with KB security, becoming Master Mask. I did it all for one reason. For her. You mean your wife, Desiree? She hates criminals more than anything. Come to think of it, she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she? She always said how she hated sneaky criminals. I knew that, but once they got fired from KB security and lost all the money I had, she wouldn't have any reason to stay with me. I thought she wouldn't leave me for sure. So that's why you became Master Mask. Yes, but it's all over now. The broken bowl can never be put back together. That's not true. King Sukuro is like a very important technique in Japanese history. That's not true, right, Nick? Right. Really? Can we go back to the way things were? You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it. Can I? I kinda wish you would check with me first. Mr. Light, even if a bowl is broken, there's always a way to put it back together. Well, I guess we have one broken bowl. Sort of. The sacred urn. Desi was the one who found this. Desiree, your wife, she's always believing you, Ron. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything. Ah, there you are! Miss Light. You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. I'm so happy. Thank you. I appreciate that. But I suppose you don't want anything more to do with me, do you? Ronnie, why didn't you talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you quit KB security. I never imagined that you were really Master Mask either. Miss Light, what are you going to do now that you know? You're not going to really leave him, are you? Come on, it's obvious, isn't it? How could I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bag's really fast. So fast that there's no way he could ever get away. But didn't you say that you hated criminals? Oh, I only hate people who act like all cowardly and sneaky. Like that detective. I see. My Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them, like a man. I just love a man who's such chivalrous. Chivalrous? I knew I was right about you. Every day I spend with you is filled with thrills and excitement. Desi. She has good taste in fanboys, I guess. Desiree, you really do love Ron, don't you? Nikki boy? Yes? I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us. Oh, well, take care of yourself. You too, Nikki boy. I can feel my face going red. Mr. Nick, Mr. Maya, congratulations. Talk about what timing. Mr. Nick, how could you? With another man's wife before Mr. Maya. No, you gotta know. I never forgive you, never, ever. Boy. So just as the case came to a close, so too did my consciousness. Ron said a broken bowl can never be put back together, but I know that's not true. I mean, just look. Here's a perfect example of one that was put back together even better than before. Someone is gonna have to clean that paint though. Bye. A brand new episode was added. Yes. Well, that's gonna be everything for today because we're 15 minutes over time and we finished the case, so we might as well. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, at least we finished that. Like, we finished the entire case. That's good. The cases just get longer from here on out, so need to relay that. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. I got a job. I mentioned it before. I got a job. That means that I don't get to stream as often. We'll continuing on, like, we're game clearing on Saturdays and Sundays on the morning, and I'm probably gonna do like a whatever stream Friday night, because those are the only days that I feel like I'm gonna be in a position to actually stream, with the fact that I have to work 5 days a week. So yeah, we're continuing this on Saturday, and that's about it. So yeah, I guess that's everything. I still need to change some of the schedule, like the Twitch schedule is changed. I need to change stuff on Twitter, and that's about it really. But I'll do that between today and like next Saturday, depending on how occupied I am today and the next week. But anyway, again, thank you everybody for being here. Have a good rest of your day, a good end to your weekend, a good start to the week. And I'll see you back on Saturday for more Ace Attorney Trilogy, and on Friday, whatever I feel like doing, really. But for more Ace Attorney, it's gonna be on Saturday. Have a really good week. Try not to die. I'm gonna try not to die because it's really hot, and honestly, having to work when it's hot sucks. But what can you do? Have a good day. Bye, everyone.